It was a cold, damp autumn night, the kind of night where darkness seems to swallow everything around you. I was heading home after yet another long day at the office, my mind saturated with reports and deadlines, craving some rest. The wind whistled between the buildings, carrying with it the scent of approaching rain. The street was almost completely silent, broken only by the distant sound of a barking dog and the occasional hum of an engine idling in the distance. That's when I saw it. A small, shiny object in the middle of the sidewalk, glinting under the pale glow of a street lamp. At first, I thought it was just a reflection, a shard of glass or a coin. But as I got closer, I realized it was a phone. It looked to be in perfect condition, an expensive, recent model, the kind people would go into debt to have. I picked the phone up, turning it between my fingers. It was surprisingly light and warm, as if it had just been used. The screen was on, but there was no lock code, a curious detail that later I would understand as the first of many warnings I ignored. I looked around, searching for anyone who might have lost the phone, but the street was deserted. No one in sight. I should have left it there or maybe taken it to the nearest police station, but curiosity got the better of me. There was something about the object, something that seemed to call out to me, as if it wanted to be found. I unlocked the screen with a swipe. There were no custom wallpapers, no messages, contacts, or photos. Nothing. Just an unsettling emptiness and a solitary icon in the middle of the screen. A video. Its title was strange, written in large red letters. "Do not open this video." I chuckled to myself. Who would title something like that? It was obviously a joke, a prank, but still something about it intrigued me. Curiosity began to gnaw at me, like an itch I couldn't ignore. With my finger hovering over the icon, I hesitated for a moment. Could it be a virus, some kind of scam? But who would do that? And why? I decided to open the video. The screen went black for a moment, and the silence around me seemed to intensify. The video started abruptly, without any warning, with shaky footage of a dark room. The camera seemed to be positioned in a corner, and all I could see were shadows, long, distorted, dancing in the dim light, cast by a lamp hanging from the ceiling, swaying gently from side to side. There was a man in the room, sitting in an old chair, his face partially hidden by the shadows. His expression was one of pure terror, his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly ajar, and beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He seemed like he wanted to speak, but was clearly terrified.
Don't open, don't watch,
he whispered through gritted teeth, staring directly at the camera, or rather, at me.
If you're seeing this, it's already too late. They're coming for you.
His voice was low, but carried a desperation that seemed to pierce my mind. He quickly glanced to the side as if he was hearing something I couldn't, and began to tremble. Suddenly, the sound of a low, persistent noise filled the room, a sound of static mixed with something like incomprehensible whispers. The man started to scream, and the screams were pure agony, tearing through the air with an intensity that made my ears ring. His chair tipped over, and he was dragged out of the camera's view, but not before I saw what was pulling him. A shadow, a dark, undefined shape, something unlike anything I had ever seen, tall, slender, with limbs too long to be human, and eyes that glowed a hellish red. The video cut off abruptly. The phone's screen returned to the home screen, and my heart was racing. I could feel cold sweat running down my back. This can't be real, I thought. It's some kind of joke, a stupid viral prank to scare people. That's when the phone vibrated in my hand. A new message appeared on the screen. "You shouldn't have watched that." My stomach twisted, and an irrational fear began to grip me. I looked around again, expecting to see some prankster or someone laughing at me, but the street was as empty as before. The silence now felt oppressive, heavy. The night seemed even darker, the shadows longer. It's just a prank, I thought again, trying to convince myself. Someone's probably watching my reaction. There must be hidden cameras. This is a prank show. It has to be. But the phone vibrated again. This time, a photo appeared. It was an image of my own building. From outside, on the sidewalk, exactly where I had been standing just minutes ago, before finding the phone. A chill ran down my spine. How is this possible? I could no longer ignore what was happening. I was caught up in something I couldn't understand, something that made me feel small, vulnerable, like prey. The next message appeared on the screen. They're coming. With my heart pounding uncontrollably, I started running toward my house. Each step echoed on the empty street, and I could feel my body trembling, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The rain began to fall, lightly at first, but soon turned into a heavy curtain of water that blurred my vision. The drops fell like tiny knives of ice cutting into my face. Finally, I reached my building's door. My hands were shaking so badly, it took me 3 tries to fit the key into the lock. When I finally managed to turn the key and open the door, I rushed inside and slammed it shut. I leaned against it, trying to steady my breathing. Everything was silent in here, but the fear didn't go away. I looked at the phone. The screen was dark again, but I could feel its weight, almost as if it were burning in my hand. I sat on the couch, still trying to comprehend what was happening. I gripped the phone tighter, and before I could decide what to do, the screen lit up once more. The video was there, ready to be played again. Terror began to creep back into my chest. I knew I shouldn't watch it again, but something inside me compelled me to. Just one more time, I thought. Maybe there's something I missed the first time. This time, the video started differently. There was no dark room, no terrified man. Instead, the camera showed a road in daylight. I recognized the place immediately. It was the same street I had been on, that same deserted street where I had found the phone. The camera began to move slowly, capturing every detail, the trees, the parked cars, until it finally stopped at a specific point. My eyes widened as I realized it was the exact spot where I had found the phone. I was watching myself. I was there, standing, looking down, picking up the phone. My heart nearly stopped. How is this possible? I kept watching, unable to look away. The footage was strangely shaky, as if someone was recording in a rush or out of nervousness. I saw my own reflection on the screen, looking lost, confused. But then I noticed something that chilled me to the bone. In the corner of the video, for just a second, something moved. A shadow, a tall, distorted figure watching me from afar. Red eyes gleamed through the darkness. Panic consumed me. Each beat of my heart felt like a furious drum in my chest. I was there watching myself in a video that clearly shouldn't exist. The figure in the shadows, with its red eyes, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The longer I stared, the closer it seemed to come to the camera, its vague shape becoming more defined, but still horribly wrong. I abruptly shut off the video, closing the app and tossing the phone onto the table as if it were a living thing. The sound echoed through my apartment, and I felt a sudden chill. My thoughts were a jumbled mess. How could any of this be real? Who was doing this to me? But the phone screen lit up again on its own. "You shouldn't have watched it," the message read, the text now flashing intermittently. My hands trembled as I picked it up again. My finger hovered over the power button, ready to shut it off and end this, but something stopped me. Maybe it was the fear that the message was true, that turning off the phone wouldn't end the nightmare. That's when I noticed movement in the reflection on the screen, a shadow behind me. I spun around quickly, but there was nothing there. The room was dark, the lights flickering erratically. My eyes scanned the room, every corner, every shadow turning into a potential hiding place. Slowly, I got up, still holding the phone, and approached the window. I looked outside. The street was empty, exactly as I had left it. The rain trickled down the glass, creating an illusion of movement, distorting the view. But something felt different. The shadows seemed longer, denser, and then at the corner, I saw a flicker. 2 red points, glowing like fire. I backed away quickly, hitting the wall with my back. The lights in the room flickered again, more intensely now, as if they were about to explode. The phone chimed again, a notification. Trembling, I glanced at the screen. It was a new message. You saw them. Now, they're watching you. The light flickered one last time and went out completely. I stood in total darkness for a few seconds, hearing only my rapid breathing and the muffled sound of rain outside. Then, I heard the sound of footsteps, soft footsteps, as if someone were walking slowly across my living room. I knew I wasn't alone. In the darkness, my senses were on high alert. My hearing seemed amplified, picking up every little noise. I could hear the sound of my heart pounding, the blood pulsing in my temples. The footsteps continued, slow and deliberate. Whoever or whatever it was getting closer, one step at a time, without any hurry. I tried to control the rising panic inside me. I was trapped in my own apartment, surrounded by shadows that seemed to have come to life. And worst of all, I couldn't see what was approaching. The phone was still in my hand, and the dim light from its screen was the only thing I could use to see. I raised it slowly, trying to illuminate the space around me. The flickering light revealed only familiar furniture, a table, chairs, the sofa, nothing more. And then the footsteps stopped. I remained silent, waiting, trying to listen for anything. My entire body was tense, every muscle ready to react. I could feel cold sweat dripping down my face. And then, suddenly, the sound of a low laugh, almost a whisper, came from somewhere to my right. I quickly turned, pointing the light of the phone in that direction. But there was nothing, just the emptiness of my living room. The laughter stopped, replaced by an even more unsettling silence. My eyes tried to adjust to the darkness, searching for any movement, anything out of place. Then I heard a voice, a soft, feminine voice, almost a whisper.
You shouldn't have watched.
The voice came from all directions, reverberating in my mind. It was as if it was inside my head, not in the room around me. A chill ran down my spine. My mind was racing, trying to find some logic, some explanation for what was happening. Was I starting to lose my sanity? I took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. I needed to think. I needed to get out of there. My eyes continued to scan the room, searching for something, anything that could help me understand. That's when I noticed the phone had stopped vibrating. It was completely still in my hand. I looked at the screen again. A new message appeared. Don't look behind you. My heart nearly stopped. It was a natural instinct to turn, to want to see what was behind me, but the message was clear. I hesitated, unable to decide what to do. But curiosity, that damn curiosity, began to win over. I knew I should follow the warning, but my muscles seemed to have a mind of their own. I started to slowly turn, my gaze trying to adjust to the darkness. The tension in the air was palpable, and then I saw it. In the reflection of the phone screen, I saw something that nearly made my heart stop. There was a figure behind me, a human shape, but distorted. Its eyes were 2 bright red dots, and its mouth was open in a grotesque grin. I froze, paralyzed by pure primal fear. The voice whispered again, now closer, as if it was right beside me.
They're here.
That was when I ran, My body finally responded to my brain's commands, and I bolted through the room, stumbling over furniture, not caring where I was heading. The only thing that mattered was getting away from that figure, from that horrible presence. My lungs burned as I breathed heavily, and I nearly slipped as I reached the front door. My hands were shaking so badly that it took me a few seconds to turn the doorknob. But I finally managed to open the door and rush into the hallway. Outside, the lights were working, but even so, everything seemed darker than it should have been. I turned to shut the door behind me, but I saw it close on its own, with a deafening slam. The hallway was empty, but I could feel something moving, invisible to my eyes. I had to get out of the building. I had to escape. I ran toward the stairs, ignoring the elevator, not daring to look back. Each step echoed, the sound bouncing off the narrow walls. It felt like the building itself was trapping me, each floor longer than the one before, the staircase stretching on forever. The sound of laughter began to echo again, louder now, clearer. Indistinct voices whispered my name, calling, beckoning. "Come," they said. "Come, we want you." But I kept running, ignoring the voices, focused on reaching the exit. When I finally saw the front door of the building, a small wave of relief washed over me. But that relief was immediately crushed when I realized there was something standing outside. A tall, misshapen figure with those same red eyes, waiting for me. I froze in the middle of the stairs, utterly paralyzed. That figure outside seemed even more sinister under the flickering streetlight. Its shape was distorted, as if reality itself was bending around it. Its glowing eyes locked onto me, and a smile that was far from human stretched across its face. I was trapped. I couldn't stay, but I couldn't leave either. The door to my apartment was locked behind me, and the exit ahead was blocked by that thing. Something that shouldn't exist. Something that seemed pulled straight from my worst nightmares. Suddenly, the figure outside began to move. It didn't walk exactly. It slid, as if it were floating, gliding toward me. Pure terror gripped me, and I took a step back, tripping and falling on the staircase. A sharp pain shot through my ankle, but I ignored it. I needed to get up. I needed to get out of there. But where could I go? What could I do? The sound of whispers filled the air again, but this time they weren't coming from behind me. They were coming from everywhere. The hallways, the walls, the very shadows that seemed to stretch out toward me. My eyes widened as I realized the shadows were starting to take shape, moving as if they were alive, twisting and gathering into something, someone. I screamed, a scream of pure desperation, of helplessness. I was surrounded. And then the phone vibrated again. With trembling hands, I grabbed it and looked at the screen. There was a new message. "It's too late. You already belong to them." The hallway filled with a darkness even denser than before, a darkness that seemed to have weight and texture. From it, I heard footsteps again. But this time, they weren't light. They were heavy, like something massive was approaching. I knew there was no escape. The darkness around me seemed to come alive, pulsing with an energy I couldn't comprehend. I was surrounded, and the fear that had gripped me was almost paralyzing. But at the same time, something inside me urged me to fight, to not give in to this terrifying presence. The heavy footsteps continued to approach, echoing throughout the building. The sound was horrible, like bones grinding against wood, and the darkness seemed to respond to each step, rippling, almost as if it were expanding. I had to move. I had to do something, but the pain in my ankle was excruciating, and every attempt to stand sent waves of agony through my body. The figure with red eyes was now at the building's entrance, standing still, watching. Its distorted form seemed to vibrate with its own energy, and the smile on its face stretched impossibly wide, ear to ear. I knew I couldn't just stand there, waiting. I had to think of a way out. The phone vibrated again in my hand. I looked at the screen, expecting the worst, but the message was simple. You only have one chance. I didn't understand what it meant. What was I supposed to do? Then the figure began to move again, floating toward me, and every fiber of my being screamed for me to run, to flee. But where? Going back to the apartment would be suicide. The exit was blocked. Suddenly, an idea came to me, an irrational impulse, but maybe my only hope. I turned, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and ran back toward the hallway. My only thought was to reach the roof. Maybe, just maybe, I could find an escape route up there, or at least buy some time. I climbed the stairs, one step at a time, fighting through the pain and panic. The whispers behind me seemed to grow louder, and the sound of the footsteps got closer. I knew it was following me, hunting me. The hallway walls seemed to close in around me, and the air was getting thicker, harder to breathe. My vision began to blur, but I kept climbing, pushing my body past its limits. Each floor I reached felt like it led nowhere. It was as if the stairs stretched on forever, an endless spiral. I began to panic, feeling the sweat pouring down my face, my shirt clinging to my body. My ankle burned with pain and I nearly collapsed, but something inside me refused to let me stop. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the door leading to the roof. I pushed it with all my strength and it opened with a deafening creak. The cold night air hit me like a wave, and I stumbled outside, feeling the torrential rain drench me immediately. The roof was almost entirely dark, except for a single streetlight in the center, flickering intermittently. I took a deep breath, trying to catch it. There was no easy escape here. The walls of the building were tall and smooth, impossible to climb. My only option was to hide, to buy some time. My eyes scanned the space for any potential hiding spot. There were a few boxes and debris in the corner near the edge, but it wasn't enough. The figure would find me there. Then a desperate thought crossed my mind. Maybe if I could distract it somehow, I'd have enough time to think of a way out. I gripped the phone tighter. The screen was dark, but holding it gave me some semblance of comfort. I needed to figure out what the message meant. It said I only had one chance. One chance for what? Then, an insane, impossible idea came to me. What if the video was the key? Maybe there was something in it that I had missed. Maybe, just maybe, it held the answer. The figure appeared at the doorway to the roof, its red eyes glowing intensely in the dark. I knew I didn't have much time. I opened the video again. The video started the same as before, with the shaky footage of the dark room and the terrified man. But this time there was more noise, heavy static that almost drowned out the whispers. My eyes were glued to the screen, trying to catch any detail, any clue. The man in the video started speaking again, his words rushed and broken by fear.
They come for all of us. There's no escape, but there's a way.
My heart raced. A way? What was he trying to say? The figure in the video looked directly into the camera, as if he were looking at me through the screen.
If you're seeing this, they've already marked you. They see you, but you can send them back to the beginning, to the point of origin.
I was trembling, hope mingled with terror. Send them back? How?
So you have to show someone else has to see.
The man's voice was becoming distorted, his face twisting in agony.
But it can't be just anyone. It has to be someone who knows what they're doing, someone like you.
Suddenly, the figure behind me started moving quickly. I could feel its presence, the air around me growing colder. It was almost on top of me. I looked at the screen again, trying to grasp what the man was saying. I needed to find someone to pass the video to, but how? Then it hit me. The phone. It had been left for me. I hadn't just stumbled upon it by chance. Someone had left it there, knowing I would pick it up. I was the next piece in the cycle. I had to find a way to break it. The figure was even closer now, and I could feel its cold breath on my neck. My time was running out. I glanced around desperate, and then I saw it. A window, open, leading to another building. It was risky, far too risky. But I had no choice. I ran, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and hurled myself toward the window. I heard a sharp scream behind me, a sound that seemed to come from inside my own head. But I kept going. I leaped for the window with all the strength I had left, clutching the phone tightly against my chest. The landing was brutal. I felt the impact in my shoulder, and a searing pain shot through my arm, but I didn't care. I looked back, seeing the figure standing on the rooftop across from me. It no longer seemed as confident, and its red eyes appeared to be dimming. I grabbed the phone and ran into the new building. I had to find someone. I had to show the video to someone who could understand, someone who could break the cycle. The whispers continued to follow me, but I ignored them. I had a mission, one last chance. The phone screen flickered again, and another message appeared. Run, don't stop. The next person needs to know. I kept running, my heart pounding with a mixture of hope and terror. I knew time was against me, but there was a spark of hope now. Maybe there was still a chance, a way to escape this endless circle of death and despair. As I descended the stairs, my mind was focused on one goal: finding someone to pass the video to. I knew my life depended on it, and so I ran through the darkness, fully aware that something terrible was chasing me, but also aware that maybe, just maybe, there was a way out, if I could be fast enough. My breath was ragged as I ran through the unfamiliar hallways of the neighboring building. The sound of whispers and heavy footsteps echoed in my mind, but I knew I couldn't stop. The presence was still there, following me, hunting me. The pain in my ankle and shoulder was almost unbearable, but I had no choice. I had to find someone who could understand what was happening. I stumbled down an emergency stairwell, nearly falling, and found myself in a long corridor. The lights were dim, flickering irregularly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. There was no sound of life. I kept moving forward, unsure of where I was going, only knowing I had to keep moving. The phone vibrated in my hand again. I looked down at the screen, expecting another message. Instead, the video started playing on its own. The man's face, now paler and more distorted, appeared once more. He looked even more desperate, his eyes sunken, his voice trembling.
It's coming. It's close,
he said, and his voice was accompanied by a chorus of whispers, as if a crowd was speaking with him.
You need to find someone. You have to show them.
I turned off the video, feeling cold sweat trickle down my face. Panic was rising inside me, but I knew he was right. I needed help. But who? Who could possibly understand what was happening? My eyes darted around the hallway, and finally, I saw a door marked Exit. I sprinted toward it, my heart pounding, and pushed it open with the last bit of strength I had. The door swung into a small reception area, where an elderly woman sat behind a counter, reading a magazine. For a moment, I was frozen, unsure of what to do. She looked up at me with a curious expression, trying to figure out why I was there, looking so terrified and disheveled. I knew I looked insane, but I didn't have time to explain. Please, I shouted, rushing toward her. You need to see this. She furrowed her brow, confused and a little scared. I held the phone up, my finger hovering over the video. My instincts screamed that it was wrong to involve someone else in this nightmare, but I saw no other way. If I didn't show her the video, whatever it was would catch up to me, and then it would be over. I didn't want to die. Please, just watch it, I begged, nearly desperate, as the dark figure loomed closer. unseen but felt, like a pressure in the air around me. She hesitated, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Maybe she saw the fear in my face. Maybe she sensed the urgency in my voice. Slowly, she took the phone from my trembling hands, still looking at me with caution. "It's just a video. Just a video, please," I whispered, my voice almost a plea. She looked at the screen and I pressed play. The dark room appeared once again, the man whispering his words of warning, the terror evident on his face. I watched every detail, waiting for some kind of reaction, anything. Suddenly the woman screamed. Her scream was sharp, piercing, filled with primal fear that nearly made me collapse. The phone fell from her hands, hitting the floor with a loud thud, but the video kept playing. She began to tremble, her hands covering her face as she backed away, as if something invisible stood before her.
"What is this?"
she cried, her voice filled with terror.
"What did you show me?"
And that's when I understood. I hadn't broken the cycle. I had passed it on, and suddenly, everything became clear. The figure behind me stopped. The weight in the air lifted, the pressure that had surrounded me softened. I felt a wave of nauseating relief wash over me, mixed with the bitter realization of what I had done. But the woman was in agony. Her body began to twist, bending in ways that defied all logic and physics, her eyes wide, fixed on something distant that I couldn't see. She was seeing something that was now coming for her. I stepped back, horrified at what I had done, but I couldn't look away. She turned toward me for a brief moment, and her eyes were completely black, her mouth open in a silent scream. The presence was there, now with her. And then everything went silent. Her body crumpled to the floor, lifeless, her eyes still open, staring into nothingness. I backed away, the phone still in my hands. The figure, the presence, the entity, it was all gone. I was free, but at what cost? My stomach churned. I had passed the curse on to her. I had sacrificed someone else to save myself. The phone vibrated again, and I looked down at the screen with a mix of fear and guilt. A message appeared in large red letters. "You chose, the cycle continues." The weight of reality hit me like a punch to the gut. I hadn't ended anything. I had only prolonged the inevitable. The cycle had to continue, and I had to be the next to ensure it did. I needed to record the video. I needed to find a new place, leave it for someone else, another curious victim, someone who would feel compelled to watch, just as I had. With trembling hands, I opened the camera app on the phone. I activated the video recording and pointed it at myself. My face appeared on the screen, pale and exhausted, my eyes wide with fear. I began to speak, my voice low and shaky. "If you're seeing this, it's already too late. You shouldn't have opened this video. Now they're coming for you." My words echoed back to me, reverberating in the empty room. I kept recording, saying what I thought needed to be said, as I felt the distant presence still lingering, waiting. When I finished, I saved the video and gave it a title: "Do not open this video," just like the one I had found. It was horrible, cruel, but I had no choice. I had to survive. I had to pass it on. I took the phone and quickly left the building. I went to a crowded part of the city, a park where people were walking. I found an isolated bench near a footpath. I placed the phone there carefully, making sure it was visible, glinting under the faint light of the street lamps. I stared at the phone for a moment, fighting the urge to take it back, to destroy it all. But I knew I couldn't. The cycle had to continue. It always would. I walked away slowly, guilt and fear consuming me. But I also felt a strange sense of relief, knowing I was free, at least for now. As I blended into the crowd, a new message appeared on the phone's screen: "Thank you for playing." And there, in the cold darkness, I realized I had always been in the game, a game that would never end.
The Vigil of the Dead. In a small town in the heart of Georgia, there is a morgue known for housing the bodies of those who died under mysterious circumstances. The morgue, located in the basement of an old hospital built over 80 years ago, has never been renovated. The walls are cold and damp, the lights flicker constantly, and the air always carries a metallic smell, as if the blood has soaked into the very fabric of the place. Tom, a medical student looking for an internship, was assigned to do night shifts at the morgue as part of his training. He had heard the stories about the place, tales of muffled screams, bodies that moved on their own, and an invisible presence that roamed the halls at night. Skeptical and trying to appear confident, Tom didn't let himself be intimidated by the legends. That night, he was alone, just with his clipboard and the sound of the wall clock ticking slowly and disturbingly. The main room of the morgue had a stainless steel table in the center, flanked by metal cabinets where bodies were stored. A large mirror on the wall seemed to reflect the very fear of anyone who dared look into it. The silence was almost unbearable, broken only by the sound of water dripping from an old pipe. While making his rounds, checking the identification of the bodies in the refrigerated drawers, Tom heard a faint noise. It sounded like a moan coming from one of the drawers at the back of the room. He hesitated for a moment, thinking he might have imagined it, but the sound came again, louder this time. Heart pounding, he moved towards the drawer where the sound seemed to be coming from. When he pulled it open, he found the body of an elderly man who had been brought in that morning after being found dead at home, apparently from natural causes. But something was wrong. The corpse's eyes were open and its mouth moved slightly as if trying to speak. Tom instinctively backed away, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. Suddenly, the body jerked upright, sitting up in the drawer, eyes fixed on the ceiling, lips trembling.
"They're taking me! Help me!"
the corpse said, with a guttural voice that should not have been possible from a dead body. Tom fell back, terrified, but couldn't take his eyes off the scene. The body began to convulse, as if being pulled by invisible forces. Before he could react, the lights in the morgue flickered and went out completely. In the darkness, the sound of footsteps echoed down the hall, followed by whispered laughter that seemed to come from all directions. When the lights came back on, the body was lying back in the drawer as if nothing had happened. Trembling, Tom tried to rationalize what he saw. It must be stress, lack of sleep, he murmured to himself. But the horrors of that night were just beginning. In the hours that followed, he heard the sound of drawers opening and closing on their own, saw shadows moving in the corners of his vision, and more than once felt cold fingers touch his shoulder when no one was there. As he reviewed the records of the dead for that night, he noticed something disturbing. The names of the bodies were crossed out, as if someone had tried to erase them in anger. When he went back to check the drawers, he realized that 2 bodies were missing. When he tried to leave the morgue, he found the door locked, and the smell of decay in the air became unbearable. Desperate, he began pounding on the door and screaming for help, but was met only with the echo of his own voice. When he turned around, he saw something that froze his blood. The bodies of the 2 missing dead were standing in the middle of the room, watching him. Their faces were disfigured, with expressions of pain and rage, and their mouths murmured something unintelligible. Tom tried to back away, but his body was paralyzed by fear. The figures slowly approached, whispering, "Why did you leave us here? It's cold, so cold." Suddenly, he felt a grip on his neck, as if invisible hands were trying to strangle him. In the mirror in front of him, he saw the reflection of several shadowy figures around him, all with hollow faces and black eyes, fixated on his suffering. The next morning, when the hospital staff arrived, they found Tom unconscious on the floor with handprints around his neck. He was taken to the emergency room but was never the same again. No one could convince him to return to the morgue, and the stories about the place only grew darker. The few who still work there say that during the early hours, whispers and knocks can be heard coming from the drawers, as if the dead were trying to escape from something far worse than death itself.
The final farewell.
In a small town deep in the Appalachian Mountains, the municipal morgue carries a heavy, unsettling atmosphere. The building, constructed at the beginning of the 20th century, has a Gothic architecture with tall arches and stained glass windows that lost their luster long ago. The stone walls are covered with moss, and the trees around have twisted branches like skeletal hands pointing to the sky, swaying at the slightest touch of the wind. Here, death seems more than a final state. It is a living presence, almost tangible. The morgue is known in the region for housing bodies of people who died alone, with no one to claim their remains. These bodies stay there, awaiting total oblivion, until they are finally buried in unmarked graves. It's a place where silence and cold reign, where loneliness echoes in the empty corridors. And John was the guardian of this place. John had been in charge of the morgue for over 20 years. A reserved man with little to no social contact outside of work, he prided himself on the meticulous routine he kept. Every hallway impeccably clean, every drawer neatly closed. He spent the nights tending to the structure, ensuring that the dead had their final rest in peace. But over the years, small details began to bother him. Doors he had locked appeared ajar, objects moved without explanation, and a chilling sensation settled in certain parts of the morgue, even on the hottest days. These oddities intensified with the arrival of the body of Mrs. Elvira, a reclusive elderly woman who lived alone in a remote house. She was found dead, sitting in her rocking chair, with a frozen expression of pure terror on her face. There were no signs of violence, but everyone in town whispered that something was wrong with the way she died. From the day Mrs. Elvira's body arrived, John noticed changes in the atmosphere of the morgue. The once silent hallways now seemed to whisper his name, and the air felt heavier, almost oppressive. John's nights became disturbing. He started having strange, distressing dreams. In one of them, he walked down a never-ending, dimly lit hallway with the walls closing in around him. Always at the end of the hallway there was a door, and behind it a skeletal figure cloaked in shadows awaited him. A macabre smile stretched across a fleshless face, with empty eyes that seemed to pierce his soul. One of the coldest nights of the year, while making his nightly rounds, John heard a strange sound. It was the creaking of a rocking chair coming from one of the rooms where bodies were prepared. His heart raced. He knew there was no such furniture in the morgue. Still, the sound persisted, almost hypnotic. He followed the noise to the room. When he opened the door, he found the room empty. However, the sound continued, echoing ghostly, as if an invisible chair were being rocked. And then he saw it, projected on the wall by a light that did not exist, the shadow of a chair rocking alone. A shiver ran down his spine. Something was very wrong. Disturbed, John decided to dig deeper into Mrs. Elvira's past. He went to the morgue's archive and discovered she had spent part of her life in a psychiatric hospital. In the records, there were notes about her insistence that she was being pursued by lost souls who came to her house every night, whispering her name, begging for help. The doctors diagnosed it as dementia, but John began to believe there was something much darker. That very night, when he returned to the morgue, he was met by an intense cold. The lights, already unreliable, flickered more than usual, and then he heard them. Whispers coming from all directions, muffled voices as if distant, yet too close to ignore. "Help us! We can't leave!" Determined to end this, John headed to the room where Mrs. Elvira's body was stored. When he opened the refrigerated drawer, he was overcome with an inexplicable terror. The body was in a completely different position from how he had left it. Mrs. Elvira was sitting up, her eyes open, staring into nothingness, and her mouth formed a crooked, macabre smile. The air grew heavy, and a smell of mold mixed with something sweet, almost rotten, filled his nostrils. At that moment, John heard a dragged voice, almost a whisper. "I warned you they would come." Suddenly, the door to the room slammed shut with a bang, plunging the environment into total darkness. John, heart pounding, tried to reach the exit, but he couldn't open the door. It was as if something or someone was pressing against it from the other side, keeping him trapped. In the dark, he felt cold hands touch his face, like bony, icy fingers scratching his skin. The sound of nails scraping the walls intensified, creating a terrifying cacophony. Desperate, he turned back to the drawer, and what he saw made him scream in pure terror. Mrs. Elvira was standing beside the table, her body bent in an impossible way. Her eyes were hollow like dark holes, and from her mouth came a low, continuous wail.
I just wanted peace, but now you're trapped too.
When the lights returned, John was alone in the room. His legs trembled so much he could barely stand. He ran out of the morgue without looking back. That same night he submitted his resignation and left town, never to return. Months later, other staff members reported sensing strange presences in the morgue. Some said they heard the sound of a rocking chair creaking softly, as if someone were seated in their eternal rest. The reports continued. Some said if you listened closely during the dead of night, you could hear Mrs. Elvira's lament, begging to be freed from the torment of her post-mortem existence. Others swore they saw shadows dancing on the walls, like invisible figures accompanying the old woman in her suffering. Since then, the morgue has become a place avoided even by the bravest. The townspeople know that at night the building is ruled by something far beyond comprehension, something lurking in the shadows, waiting to take those who dare disturb the dead's rest.
The wrong body. In the basement of a large old hospital in Chicago, there's a morgue that most people in the city don't even know exists. Its location is deliberately discreet. After all, nobody wants to think too much about what happens down there. The walls are made of bare concrete with no windows, and the fluorescent lights buzz and flicker occasionally. It's a cold place where the air feels heavy, almost as if death is woven into the walls. The morgue is run by a small team, but it's John, the night security guard, who spends the most time there. John is a middle-aged man with tired features, his routine filled with long rounds through the dark corridors, ensuring that everything is in order. He was used to the silence, the solitude, and the metallic smell of the environment. But one specific night, something out of the ordinary happened. A tragic mistake that unleashed a series of supernatural events. It all started with the arrival of 2 bodies on the same day. A young criminal who died in a shootout with the police, and an elderly man who had passed away at a nursing home. Somehow, the body tags were switched, and the criminal was identified as the elderly man and vice versa. While the young criminal was given a proper, dignified burial, the elderly man's body remained in the morgue, awaiting an unnecessary autopsy. To many, it was just an administrative mistake, but for John, it marked the beginning of a nightmare. In the nights that followed, John began to notice changes in the morgue's atmosphere. The air seemed colder, and a foul smell he couldn't identify permeated the halls. But what really unnerved him was the constant feeling of being watched. During his rounds, he often felt a pair of eyes on his back, but when he turned around, all he found was darkness and silence. One early morning, while monitoring the security cameras, John saw something that made him hold his breath. One of the cold storage drawers, where the elderly man's body was still kept, slowly opened with no one nearby. From inside the drawer, a dark, misty figure began to emerge. John rubbed his eyes, thinking it was a transmission error, but the figure continued to move, coming out of the drawer with stiff, unsettling motions. It was a human silhouette, but its edges were blurred and indistinct, as if it existed somewhere between this world and the next. Terrified, John rushed to the room to check what was happening. When he arrived, everything appeared normal. The drawer was closed, and the room looked exactly as he had left it, but the trail of moisture on the floor and the marks of bare feet left him with no logical explanation. Something had indeed come out. In the days that followed, the phenomena only got worse. John began to hear soft, almost imperceptible wails echoing through the empty corridors. He tried to ignore them, but the voices seemed to follow him wherever he went, whispering things like, "This isn't my place," and "Why was I left behind?" The situation reached its peak when, upon checking the elderly man's body, John noticed something that chilled his blood. The corpse's eyes were open, and the face had an expression of anger. The mouth was twisted into a grotesque smile, and as John approached, he felt the lips move, forming the words, "He shouldn't be resting. Not in my place." That same night, the morgue was overwhelmed by an inexplicable energy. The lights began to flicker uncontrollably, and the sound of doors slamming echoed throughout the building. Desperate, John returned to the security cameras and saw a scene that made him question his sanity. The misty figure was back, this time walking down the corridors with dragging steps as if searching for something or someone. The air in the morgue grew unbearably heavy. John began to struggle to breathe, feeling as if an invisible hand was squeezing his chest. Then the figure turned to face the camera, and for a moment its eyes locked directly onto his. Those empty eyes seemed to overflow with hatred and pain. "You messed with what you shouldn't have. You brought death to the wrong place." A raspy voice echoed in John's head, making him fall to his knees, sweating cold. He tried to leave the morgue, but the main door was locked, as if something were holding it shut from the outside. Suddenly, all the drawers in the cold storage flew open at once, and a freezing wind began to blow through the room. The lights flickered rapidly, and John saw something that made him scream in terror. All the bodies were standing outside their drawers, forming a circle around the autopsy table. In the center of the circle, the misty figure materialized again, laughing softly, with a sound that seemed to mix pain and pleasure. John finally managed to unlock the door and ran out of the morgue, not looking back. He quit his job that very night and never returned. Days later, the hospital administration was informed of the incident and decided to conduct an investigation. The elderly man's body was finally buried, but the strange reports did not cease. New employees began to report hearing dragging footsteps and distant wails in the middle of the night, as if something were seeking justice for being left behind. The case was hushed up, and the morgue remains in operation, but few have the courage to work the night shift. The stories of a wandering body and a guard tormented by past mistakes are whispered, and no one dares ignore the rules about who belongs in which grave.
The Body Swap Location, a small coastal town in Maine. In a quiet, old-fashioned coastal town in Maine, there is a municipal morgue near the local cemetery. A weathered building with dusty windows and creaky walls that sway with the wind. The place, forgotten by many, holds a disturbing story, marked by a grotesque mistake that unleashed supernatural events. It all began when two bodies arrived at the morgue on the same day. One belonged to a young criminal, killed in a gang fight, and the other to a beloved elderly woman from the community. Due to an inexplicable oversight, their body tags were switched. The criminal was buried with honors, while the elderly woman's body remained in the morgue, awaiting an unnecessary autopsy. Sam, the coroner in charge, discovered the mistake days later. When he realized what had happened, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Something in the morgue had changed. The place, which had always been cold and silent, now seemed alive, pulsing with a dark energy. One night, while working late to correct the documentation, Sam heard a sound that made him stop. It was faint but persistent, rhythmic knocking coming from one of the cold storage drawers. He tried to ignore it, but something pushed him to investigate.
It must be my imagination,
Sam muttered to himself, but doubt was already planted in his mind. With trembling hands, he opened the drawer. There lay the elderly woman's body, but something was terribly wrong. Her eyes, which he was sure had been closed, were now open, staring at him with a dull glare. The serene expression had been replaced by a grimace of hatred. Her mouth was slightly open, and Sam swore he heard a faint, drawn-out whisper.
"He shouldn't rest like this. Not in my place."
Sam backed away, terrified. He slammed the drawer shut, trying to ignore the chill running up his spine.
It's just exhaustion,
he repeated to himself, trying to rationalize. But the morgue seemed to have a life of its own. The lights began to flicker, and the shadows on the walls contorted strangely, as if gaining shape. Suddenly, footsteps echoed through the corridor. They were light, dragging footsteps, as if someone were wandering aimlessly. Cold sweat trickled down Sam's neck.
Who's there?
He shouted, more out of the need to hear his own voice than expecting a response. But what he heard in response was a low, dark laugh, seeming to come from all directions. Trembling, he followed the sound to the autopsy room. The lights flickered frantically, and then he saw her. The elderly woman was standing by the autopsy table. Her head hung to the side at an impossible angle, as if broken. Her eyes, empty and dark, stared at him with a mix of sadness and anger.
"I was at peace. Why was I switched? Now no one rests."
Her voice was a chilling whisper, laden with bitterness. Sam could barely breathe. He was paralyzed by fear, unable to look away from the spectral figure. Then, all the drawers in the cold storage began to open and close violently, as if being manipulated by an invisible force. The noise was deafening, and the lights finally went out, plunging the room into total darkness. In the pitch black, he felt a cold hand grip his arm. When the lights returned, the elderly woman was right in front of him, her mouth moving as she murmured.
You need to fix this.
Desperate, Sam fled the room, but the sound of the drawers still echoed in his ears like a trail of footsteps pursuing him. He ran to the morgue exit, locking the door behind him, but the terror did not end there. That night, at home, he dreamed of the old woman, who whispered repeatedly,
Fix the mistake or no one will rest.
The next day, Sam managed to arrange for the exhumation of the wrong body, and the exchange was finally made. During the process, he felt as though he was being watched the entire time. The air around him seemed lighter, but he knew he would never forget what happened. After the correction, the phenomena in the morgue diminished, but they never ceased entirely. New employees whisper that they still feel inexplicable chills and hear faint knocks in the middle of the night. Some claim to see a vague figure in the corridors, watching from a distance, as if ensuring no more mistakes are made.
This place has its rules.
Sam would often say to new hires,
Treat the dead with respect. A mistake here is not just a mistake. It can trap souls in eternal torment.
The watchman from the other side, Carlos, was the night watchman at a morgue in a small town in upstate New York. For over a decade, he held the same position, making solitary rounds through dark and silent corridors where the only sound was the echo of his own footsteps. He knew every corner of the place and always said the same thing when asked if he was afraid. The dead don't harm anyone, it's the living that worry me. That confidence began to waver on one particularly cold winter night. A body was brought to the morgue from a brutal crime scene. The man, about 40 years old, had been murdered violently. Even after death, his face displayed a frozen expression of terror, as if he had seen something horrifying in his final moments. The most disturbing detail was the vacant, fixed stare that seemed to follow anyone who got close. From the moment this body arrived, Carlos began to notice subtle but unsettling changes in the environment. The lights, which had only flickered occasionally, now failed more frequently. A constant sound, like the ticking of a clock, echoed through the halls, although Carlos knew there was no clock there.
What the hell is going on?
He muttered to himself during one of his rounds. One early morning, while walking through the cold corridors, Carlos passed by the cold storage room and noticed that one of the drawers was slightly ajar. He frowned. He was sure that all the drawers had been properly closed before his shift began. As he approached, he heard a faint sound, like heavy breathing coming from inside the drawer. Carlos hesitated. His instinct told him to ignore it and move on, but curiosity got the best of him. Slowly, he pulled the drawer open. When the drawer was fully open, he froze at what he saw. The body of the man was standing upright, eyes fixed on him, with a macabre smile spreading across the pale face. Those eyes, once opaque and lifeless, were now full of intense rage. "You're on the wrong side, Carlos." The voice that echoed through the room was low and raspy, as if the words were being dragged through damaged vocal cords. "They sent me here, but I shouldn't be alone." Carlos backed away, paralyzed with fear. He blinked, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. When his eyes opened again, the body was lying down, still as it should be. The smile was gone, and the eyes were closed. He took a deep breath, trying to convince himself that it had been a hallucination caused by exhaustion.
I need more sleep.
He whispered to himself, still trembling, but the nightmare was just beginning. Later that same night, Carlos decided to review the security footage. He wanted to prove to himself that nothing was wrong, but what he saw made his blood run cold. On the screen, a dark, distorted, faceless figure was walking through the morgue's corridors. The most terrifying part was that it moved with the same posture as him, as if it were mimicking his every step. The figure stopped in front of doors, looked into rooms, exactly as Carlos did during his rounds.
What is this?
He stammered, his eyes wide as he stared at the screen. The figure approached one of the cameras, and Carlos felt a chill run down his spine. Even without a face, he had the clear sensation that he was being watched. Then a whisper echoed in his mind, coming from all directions. "You watch for us now. Your time is running out." Carlos stood up abruptly, knocking over the chair. His heart was racing, and he felt his legs grow heavy, as if being pulled to the ground. He tried to leave the room, but his steps were slow, as if he were walking through a nightmare. Suddenly he stopped when he saw a dark shadow reflected in a mirror at the end of the corridor. It was the same figure he had seen on the cameras, but now it was more defined, and what he saw made his heart nearly stop. The shadow had a face, his face, only distorted with a twisted, sinister smile like an evil reflection.
This can't be happening. This can't be real.
Carlos repeated, his voice trembling. But the ticking sound grew louder, filling the entire morgue. He looked around the walls, trying to find the source of the sound, but there was no clock. Desperate, he ran to the security room, but the lights began to flicker uncontrollably, and he heard footsteps behind him. When he turned, he saw his own shadow approaching, the sinister smile even more pronounced. The next day, his colleagues found Carlos locked in the security room, mumbling incoherently.
The other side, it's so close, so close.
He was removed from his position and no one saw him again in town. Some say he fled far away, while others believe he was swallowed by the morgue itself, trapped between two worlds. Since then, the morgue has gained a reputation for having a watchman from the other side. New employees report seeing Carlos's shadow wandering the corridors, performing an endless round, as if trapped in an eternal cycle. And they say that when the clock strikes exactly 3 a.m, you can hear the sound of ticking, like an invisible clock that never stops, and if you stay perfectly silent, you might even hear the whisper, "Your time is coming."
The Curse of the River Queen. We were just looking for a fun weekend. You know how it is. 4 friends, a holiday, and a rented house in the bayou. New Orleans had been calling to us all year, and we finally made plans to escape the chaos of our lives in the city. I hadn't been back to the South since I was a kid, and the idea of spending a weekend near the water sounded like a good break from the grind. We weren't looking for trouble. We just wanted to relax and maybe hear a few ghost stories over some whiskey by the fire. But what we found out there in the swamps, well, we never expected it. We never imagined we'd come face to face with a legend we'd all thought was nothing more than an old wives' tale. But in those dark waters, something old and angry was waiting for us, something they called the River Queen. The bayou we'd rented the house near was isolated, about an hour outside New Orleans. We drove down winding roads, the kind where the trees seemed to reach out over you, their thick branches covered in Spanish moss, creating a tunnel that blocked out the sunlight. It was picturesque, peaceful even, until the shadows started to lengthen, and that peacefulness turned into something else, something heavy, like the air was charged with a secret we weren't meant to uncover. As we pulled up to the house, I could feel it already. The humidity was thick, the air oppressive. My skin prickled as we unloaded the car. The place was rustic, a 1-story house raised on stilts to protect it from the flooding that came with every storm. The dock behind it stretched out over the murky water, disappearing into the mist that clung to the bayou. "I don't like the look of this place," Nina muttered as she stepped out of the car. She glanced at the water, frowning. "Something feels off." Nina always had a 6th sense about things. She wasn't superstitious or anything, but growing up in a family steeped in Southern traditions and hoodoo, she had a connection to things the rest of us didn't. I waved her off with a laugh, more to ease my own nerves than anything. "Come on, it's just the swamp," I said, slinging a bag over my shoulder. "We're here to have fun. Relax, Nina. You'll feel better after a drink." But as I said it, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. There was something about the stillness of the water, the way the trees hung low, their reflections distorted in the murky depths, that made me think Nina might be onto something. Still, I brushed it off. We were here to unwind, and I wasn't going to let a creepy atmosphere ruin that. We spent the rest of the afternoon settling in, drinking, laughing, and catching up. Marcus, the eternal jokester, kept us all entertained, and soon enough, the tension began to fade. By the time the sun started to set, casting the swamp in hues of deep orange and purple, we were around the fire, telling stories. Inevitably, talk turned to the local legends. There are a lot of them down here. Ghosts, creatures in the water, voodoo spirits, and curses. But it was when Nina brought up the River Queen that things shifted. The River Queen, she said, staring into the flames, her voice low, isn't just a story. She's real. My grandma used to tell me about her when I was little. She said the queen was once a woman, a priestess of the water spirits, but she was betrayed, drowned by the very people she trusted. And now her spirit haunts the bayou, dragging anyone who disrespects the water down with her. We all fell silent. I couldn't help but glance at the dark water behind the house. The fire crackled, but it felt like the swamp had grown quieter, like it was listening. Marcus, of course, was the first to break the silence with a laugh. That's some creepy shit, Nina. But come on, we're here to party, not get spooked by some old ghost story. Nina's eyes didn't leave the fire. It's not just a ghost story, Marcus. You can laugh all you want, but you better show respect while we're here. He waved her off, but I saw it, the way his gaze flicked to the water, just for a second, before he turned back to the bottle of whiskey in his hand. That night, after the fire died down and we stumbled back to the house, I couldn't sleep. The windows in my room faced the bayou, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw the dark, still water. It wasn't just the usual swamp creatures I was worried about. It was something else, something deeper. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a noise, something wet, something dragging against the dock. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. At first, I thought it was just the water lapping at the posts, but the sound was too steady, too deliberate, like something or someone was moving out there. I crept out of bed and went to the window, pulling the curtain back just enough to see outside. The moonlight glistened on the water, and for a moment I saw nothing but the mist rising off the bayou. But then something shifted in the shadows. A figure standing at the end of the dock, almost blending into the night. It was tall, with long hair hanging down its back, and it seemed to be swaying, like it was part of the mist itself. I blinked, and it was gone. I backed away from the window, my pulse racing. It was late, I was half asleep, maybe I'd imagined it. But when I looked again, the water was still, too still. The rest of the night was restless. I woke up several times, each time expecting to hear that dragging sound again. But the house was quiet, and by the time the sun rose, I convinced myself it had just been a dream. The next day, we tried to shake off the eerie vibes from the night before. We spent the morning fishing off the dock, drinking beers and telling jokes. But when Marcus went to check the lines after lunch, he didn't come back. At first, we thought he was messing with us, trying to scare us after Nina's story. But after an hour passed with no sign of him, we started to get worried. We searched the house, the dock, the edges of the bayou, calling his name. But Marcus was gone, vanished without a trace. Nina was the first to suggest what none of us wanted to hear. "It's the River Queen," she said, her voice trembling. "She's taken him." I wanted to argue, to call it ridiculous, but the look in her eyes stopped me. Nina didn't scare easily, but she was terrified. And deep down, I was too. We were in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by water, and something about Marcus's disappearance felt wrong. That night, the atmosphere had changed. The air was thick, suffocating, and the usual chorus of frogs and insects had gone silent. We stayed inside, the doors locked, but the tension was unbearable. Every little creak of the house sent us jumping out of our skin. Around midnight, the dragging sound came again. It started softly, like something wet moving slowly through the water. I looked at Nina and Jasmine, both of them pale and wide-eyed. We knew it wasn't Marcus. It couldn't be. Nina grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. "Don't go out there," she whispered. "It's her, the River Queen. She's coming for us." The sound grew louder, closer, and then silence. I could feel it, though. She was out there, waiting. We huddled together, too scared to move, too scared to look outside. And then from the darkness came a voice, soft, almost melodic, but with an edge of something cruel. "Come to the water." I froze. The voice was coming from the dock. It was unmistakably female, sweet and inviting, but every instinct in my body screamed at me to stay away. Nina's grip tightened on my arm. "She's trying to lure us out," she whispered. "Don't listen." But Jasmine wasn't listening. She stood up, her eyes wide and glassy, like she was in a trance. "Jasmine, no!" I shouted, grabbing her arm, but she jerked away from me, moving toward the door like she couldn't hear me at all. The voice came again, gentle but insistent. "Come to the water." Before I could stop her, Jasmine threw open the door and ran out into the night. I chased after her, but when I reached the dock, she was already at the edge, her feet on the slick wood, her body leaning forward as if she were about to step into the bayou. I grabbed her just in time, pulling her back from the water. But as I did, I saw it, something rising from the depths. A shape, almost human, with long, flowing hair and eyes that glowed with an unnatural light. She reached out with a pale, slender hand, her fingers curling, and for a moment, I thought she would take Jasmine from me right then and there. But instead, she smiled, a slow, eerie smile that chilled me to the bone, and then sank back into the water, disappearing beneath the surface. I dragged Jasmine back into the house, slamming the door behind us. She was shaking, her eyes wide with terror, but she was alive. We all were, for now. By the third night, it was just me, Nina, and Jasmine, huddled together in the house, waiting for the inevitable. We had no car. Marcus had the keys when he disappeared, and no way to call for help. The bayou had cut us off, trapping us in its grasp. The River Queen wasn't done with us. We knew that. She had taken Marcus, and she would take the rest of us if we didn't find a way out. But every time we tried to leave the house, the water seemed to rise, creeping closer to the door, as if the bayou itself was keeping us prisoner. The final night, the storm came. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the twisted trees and the churning water. The house shook with the force of the wind, and the rain pounded against the roof like 1,000 tiny fists. And then we heard it, the voice. "Come to the water." It was louder this time, more insistent. The River Queen wasn't asking anymore. She was demanding. We barricaded the doors, but it didn't matter. The water started seeping in through the cracks in the floorboards, rising faster than we could stop it. In minutes, the entire floor was submerged. Nina grabbed my hand, her voice barely audible over the storm. "We have to give her something," she said. "An offering." I didn't know what she meant, but there was no time to argue. The water was up to our ankles, and the voice was getting louder, closer. "Come to the water." Nina ran to the fireplace where we had left the old bottles of whiskey and food from the night before. She grabbed them, muttering something under her breath, something in a language I didn't understand, and threw the bottles into the water. The voice stopped. For a moment, the storm seemed to pause, as if the bayou itself was holding its breath. Then slowly, the water began to recede. We didn't question it. We didn't wait to see if the River Queen would change her mind. We ran. We left the house in a frenzy, my heart pounding in my chest as the storm raged around us. The water had receded from inside the house, but outside, the bayou was overflowing, the water lapping at the edges of the dock and swallowing the path that led back to the car. "Nina, what the hell did you say back there?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. I didn't know if it was the offering, her words, or sheer luck that had saved us, but I needed answers. She shook her head, still panting from the mad dash out of the house. "I don't know exactly. It was something my grandma taught me. Some old prayers to the spirits of the water. I wasn't sure it would work." But it did, Jasmine whispered, her eyes wide with shock, her body trembling. She was still in a daze from what had happened at the dock, and I could see she was barely holding it together. We kept moving, our shoes sloshing through the thick mud as the storm pelted us with rain. The car wasn't far, but every step felt like an eternity. The air was electric, alive with the presence of something we couldn't see, but could feel all around us. Even with the temporary reprieve, I couldn't shake the feeling that the River Queen was still watching, waiting for her next move. And then I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, a figure appeared in the trees, just at the edge of the bayou, tall, with long, flowing hair and eyes that glowed like fireflies in the storm. It was her, the River Queen. She wasn't done with us yet. "Nina!" I shouted, grabbing her arm and pointing toward the figure. She froze, her eyes locking on the shadowy shape in the distance. "She's here," Nina whispered, her voice barely audible. "She's following us." The River Queen stood still, her figure barely visible through the sheets of rain, but there was no mistaking her. She was coming for us, and I had no doubt that the offering had only bought us time, nothing more. We ran harder, the mud sucking at our shoes, the wind whipping at our clothes. The car came into view, parked under a thick canopy of trees that creaked and swayed with the force of the storm. But just as we reached it, the water surged again, rushing across the ground and forming a barrier between us and our escape. "God damn it!" I shouted, looking at the flood in disbelief. The bayou was rising fast, faster than any natural storm could explain. This wasn't nature, this was her. Jasmine collapsed to the ground, sobbing. "We're not going to make it. She's going to take us all." Nina knelt beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "No, she's not. We're going to get out of here. We just need to..." But before she could finish, the voice came again. "Come to the water." It was louder now, closer, and there was no mistaking the malice in the River Queen's tone. She wasn't playing games anymore. I looked around, my mind racing. There had to be another way, some other path out of this nightmare. But everywhere I looked, the water was rising, closing in on us. The Queen's figure moved closer, her presence growing more solid with each passing second. Her long, ghostly hair billowed around her in the wind, and her glowing eyes locked onto us with a predatory intensity. She wasn't going to let us go. "Nina, we need another offering," I said, my voice trembling. "Whatever you did before, it's not enough. She's still coming." Nina's face was pale, her eyes wide with fear, but she nodded. "I'll try. I'll do it again." She stood, her hands trembling as she reached for the bag she had brought with her. We had packed a few essentials when we'd left the house, but nothing that could help us now. "Except, maybe, whiskey," Nina muttered. "We need to offer her more." She fumbled with the bag, pulling out the bottle of whiskey we had been drinking earlier. She held it up, her voice shaking as she began to chant again, the same words she had muttered by the fire. But this time, the River Queen didn't stop. The ground beneath us trembled, and the water surged forward, rising to our knees. I could feel it, cold, wet fingers wrapping around my ankles, pulling me toward the bayou. The Queen wasn't going to wait any longer. "Nina!" I shouted, panic setting in. "It's not working!" Nina's chanting grew louder, more frantic, but the Queen kept coming. I could see her face now, pale and twisted with rage, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Her hand reached out toward us, her fingers long and thin, sharp like claws. Jasmine screamed, and I grabbed her arm, pulling her up from the mud. "We need to move, now!" But the water was too strong. It pulled at us with the force of a riptide, dragging us closer to the bayou. I could feel it, the cold, the darkness, the pull of something ancient and hungry. The Queen was going to take us all, just like she had taken Marcus. And then, just as I thought we were lost, Nina stopped chanting. I looked at her, confused, but before I could say anything, she did something I never expected. She took the whiskey bottle in her hands and smashed it against a rock, the glass shattering in the rain. "What the hell are you doing?" I yelled, panic rising in my throat. But Nina didn't answer. Instead, she stepped forward, holding the broken bottle in her hand. The Queen stopped moving, her glowing eyes narrowing as she watched Nina approach. "I'm not giving you whiskey," Nina said, her voice steady and strong. "You want something from us? Take me." "Nina, no!" I shouted, but she didn't stop. She walked toward the water, toward the Queen, and I could see the resolve in her eyes. She was offering herself, offering her life in exchange for ours. The River Queen hesitated, her eyes flickering with something I couldn't read. For a moment I thought she would take the offer, take Nina and leave the rest of us alone. But then the Queen smiled. It was a horrible, twisted smile, full of malice and cruelty. And in that moment I knew she wasn't going to take Nina. She was going to take all of us. The water surged forward again, this time with a force that knocked us off our feet. I hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of me as the water rushed over my head. I tried to stand, but the current was too strong, pulling me under, pulling me toward the bayou. I could see Nina, still standing, still holding the broken bottle, but the water was rising around her too. She was trying to fight it, trying to hold her ground, but the Queen was too strong. And then, just as I thought I was about to drown, the water stopped. I gasped for air, coughing and sputtering as I struggled to my feet. The bayou was still, the water no longer rising. The storm had calmed, the wind had died down, and the Queen, she was gone. I looked around, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Nina was standing at the edge of the water, her arms limp at her sides, her face pale and drawn. Jasmine was huddled on the ground, shaking and sobbing. We were alive. Somehow, we had survived. But as I looked out at the bayou, at the still, dark water, I knew that the Queen wasn't finished with us. She had let us go for now. But she would always be there, waiting, watching, just beneath the surface. We never found Marcus. We searched for days, combing the bayou, talking to the locals, but there was no trace of him. It was as if he had never existed, as if the bayou had swallowed him whole and erased every sign that he had ever been there. Nina and I went back to the city after that, but things were never the same. The nightmares started almost immediately. Dreams of the River Queen, standing at the edge of the water, her glowing eyes fixed on me, her voice echoing in my mind. Come to the water. I would wake up drenched in sweat, my heart racing, the sound of her voice still ringing in my ears. I knew she was still out there, still waiting for the day when I would return to the bayou. Jasmine never recovered. She moved away, far from the south, far from the water, but I heard through mutual friends that she was never the same. She was haunted, just like me. We had escaped the Queen, but not the memory of her, not the knowledge that she was still out there. Nina, well, Nina was stronger than the rest of us. She went back to her roots, studying the old ways, learning more about the spirits and the forces that had saved us that night. She told me once, over the phone, that she believed the Queen had let us go because of the offering, not the whiskey, but the sacrifice. I was ready to give my life, Nina had said, and she saw that. She took mercy on us. I wasn't sure I believed that. I wasn't sure if the River Queen even knew the meaning of mercy. But one thing I did know. No one who crossed her path ever left unscathed. And I knew deep down that someday I would have to face her again. Because no matter how far I ran, no matter how long I tried to forget, the Queen was always there, watching, waiting. Come to the water.
The Wrath of the Crossroads. Spirit. Growing up in the heart of the Mississippi Delta, I had always heard whispers about the crossroads spirit. There was something about the wide expanse of land where dirt roads crisscrossed under the moonlight, where people went to seek favors, make deals, and sometimes disappear. My grandma would tell me that the crossroads was a place where the physical world and the spiritual world met, a place where the dead could speak to the living. I was a practical man, though. I didn't have time for folklore or ghost stories. As a highway contractor, my job was to bring the future to places that had been stuck in the past for far too long. So when the opportunity came to expand the major highway cutting through the Mississippi Delta, I didn't think twice. Sure, there were old burial grounds nearby, and some folks claimed the land was sacred, but I wasn't one to believe in curses or spirits. The project started smoothly. We cleared land, tore up the old roads, and laid the foundation for the new highway that would run right through the crossroads, a place people around here seemed unusually afraid of. The night before the real work began, I was sitting in my office trailer poring over blueprints when Henry, one of my oldest workers, knocked on the door. Henry was a local, born and raised in the Delta. He had seen the world change around him but still held on to the old ways. He was a good worker, but he often let superstition get in the way of logic. "Boss," he said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. His face was serious, his eyes darting around the room like he didn't want anyone else to hear what he was about to say. "You know what they say about that place, don't you?" I looked up from my plans, more amused than anything. "Let me guess, more ghost stories?" Henry didn't smile. He pulled out an old, worn Bible from his back pocket and clutched it in his hands. "They say folks used to come to this very crossroads, right here where we're building, to make deals with the devil himself. You can't just tear up the land like it's nothing. There's power here. Power that don't like to be disturbed." I sighed, pushing the blueprints aside. "Henry, you've been working for me for what? 20 years? You know I don't go for that kind of talk. We're building a road, nothing more." But Henry wasn't backing down. He took a deep breath and continued. "I know you don't believe in it, but I do. My granddaddy used to tell me about the crossroads spirit. He said it's not just some old tale to scare folks. It's real. You make a deal here, and it sticks. You tear up this ground without paying respect, and the spirit comes for you." I waved him off. "We're building a highway, Henry. No deals, no spirits." But something in his eyes made me pause. There was genuine fear there, the kind that comes from seeing something you can't explain. Henry had always been a level-headed man, but now he looked like he was staring death in the face. "Just be careful," he muttered, leaving the office with his Bible still clutched in his hand. I shook off the conversation, but that night, lying in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that Henry had left with me. I couldn't sleep, tossing and turning as I thought about the stories my grandma used to tell me when I was a boy. Stories about crossroads, about deals made in the dead of night under a full moon. She used to say that the crossroads spirit wasn't evil, but it wasn't kind either. It gave as much as it took. The next morning, the work began in earnest. We were halfway through clearing the land when one of the machines just stopped working. The engine died, and no matter how much we tried, it wouldn't start again. It was an old machine, so I didn't think much of it at first. But then one by one, the other machines started malfunctioning. By midday, the crew was getting jumpy. They were locals like Henry, and I could see the unease growing in their eyes. There was a heaviness in the air, a thick, humid weight that pressed down on us all. The sky had darkened, even though the forecast called for clear skies and the wind was picking up, swirling the dust around the crossroads. Henry approached me again, this time more insistent. "We need to stop. We need to make an offering." I laughed, but it came out hollow. "An offering? To what? A spirit?" He nodded solemnly. "If we don't, the crossroads spirit will come for us. It always does when you disturb the balance." I could feel the tension in the crew. They were looking to me, waiting for a decision. If I ignored Henry, I'd lose control of the situation. But if I stopped work to make an offering to a spirit I didn't believe in, I'd be giving in to fear. I couldn't afford that. "We keep working," I said, my voice firm. But the moment the words left my mouth, the ground beneath us rumbled. The machines started shaking, and the wind howled, ripping through the trees with a force that seemed unnatural. The sky, once just overcast, had turned an ominous shade of black, and then we heard it. Laughter. Low, deep, and coming from all directions. The crew scattered. Some ran for their trucks, others dropped their tools and took off into the woods. I stood there, frozen, as the laughter grew louder. It was like the land itself was laughing at me, mocking me for my arrogance. Then I saw him. At the center of the crossroads, a figure appeared, tall and shadowy, with glowing red eyes that cut through the dark. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, just like my grandma used to describe, and in his hands, he held a cane that he tapped rhythmically against the ground. Each tap sent a tremor through the earth. I couldn't move. My feet felt glued to the ground as the crossroads spirit slowly approached. His eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a cold wave of terror wash over me. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't some old wives' tale. This was real, and I had disturbed something ancient and powerful. "You've come to my crossroads," the spirit said, his voice like thunder rolling through the sky. "And you haven't paid your respects." I wanted to run, to scream, to beg for forgiveness. But all I could do was stand there, my heart pounding in my chest. The spirit raised his cane, and the ground cracked beneath my feet, opening up like a mouth ready to swallow me whole. "You owe a debt," the spirit said, his eyes burning with fire. "And I always collect." I stood there, paralyzed, feeling the weight of his words crush down on me. The air was thick with dread, and the sky above swirled with dark clouds. My mind raced as I struggled to understand how it had come to this. I didn't believe in any of it. Spirits, curses, old folklore. But standing at that crossroads, face to face with something otherworldly, I had no choice but to believe. The ground trembled beneath my feet, and cracks snaked outward from where the spirit tapped his cane. The vibrations grew stronger with each tap, and I felt the earth pulling at me, as if it were trying to drag me down into some dark abyss. "You can't just take me," I blurted out, my voice shaky. "I didn't know. I didn't make any deals." The spirit tilted his head slightly, as if considering my words. His glowing red eyes never left mine, but the tapping of his cane paused. "The crossroads isn't about deals you know about," he said, his voice low and menacing. "It's about respect. This place, it demands balance. When you come to the crossroads, you owe it something. Always." I swallowed hard, the reality of my situation sinking in. The workers had fled, the machines had broken down, and the land itself had turned against me. And now I stood alone at the mercy of something I had laughed off as a myth. I can fix this," I stammered. "What do you want? Money? A sacrifice? I'll make it right." The spirit's face didn't change, but I could feel his amusement, like a dark cloud rolling over me. He stepped closer, and the coldness of his presence washed over me, chilling me to the bone. "There's no bargaining with the crossroads, boy," he said, his voice like a rumble of distant thunder. "You disturbed the balance. Now, the balance must be restored." I took a step back, my legs shaky and unsteady. The cracks in the ground seemed to widen, and I could feel the earth shifting beneath me. I glanced over my shoulder, desperately searching for a way out, but I knew it was too late. The crossroads spirit had come for me, and there was no escaping him. He lifted his cane again, and this time he pointed it directly at me. The wind howled through the trees, whipping dust and debris into the air. The ground beneath me shook violently, and I stumbled, falling to my knees. "You've taken from this land," the spirit said, his voice rising with the storm. "Now it will take from you." The cracks in the earth deepened, and I felt the pull, stronger this time. The dirt beneath me shifted, crumbling away, as if the land itself was opening up to swallow me whole. Panic surged through me, and I clawed at the ground, trying to hold on, but it was no use. The pull was too strong. Just as I thought I would be dragged down into the depths of the earth, everything stopped. The wind died down, the ground settled, and the crossroads spirit lowered his cane. For a moment, there was an eerie stillness, and I dared to hope that maybe, just maybe, I had been spared. But then, he spoke again. "You've been warned," he said, his voice softer now, but no less terrifying. "Leave this place, and never return." I scrambled to my feet. my heart racing, and without a second thought, I turned and ran. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, away from the crossroads, away from the spirit, away from the nightmare I had unwittingly unleashed. Days later, I didn't go back to the work site after that. The construction was halted indefinitely, and the company sent a team of new contractors to assess the situation. They didn't believe my story, of course. Who would? I barely believed it myself, and I had lived through it. I told them the machines had broken down, that the land was unstable, that it wasn't safe to continue, but I left out the part about the crossroads spirit. No one would take me seriously. They'd call me crazy. They'd laugh me out of the business. But deep down, I knew the truth. I had crossed a line, one that couldn't be uncrossed. Weeks passed, and I tried to move on. I tried to forget what had happened, tried to convince myself that it was just a bad dream, that my mind had played tricks on me. But the whispers never stopped. At night, when the world was quiet and still, I would hear them. Faint at first, just on the edge of my consciousness, like a distant echo. But as the nights wore on, they grew louder, clearer. I could hear the spirit's voice, low and chilling, calling my name. He was waiting for me to come back, waiting for me to make things right. But I couldn't go back. I wouldn't. I had barely escaped with my life the first time, and I wasn't about to tempt fate again. I stayed far away from the crossroads, from the land, from anything that reminded me of that night. But the spirit didn't forget. He never forgot. Months later. By the time the summer heat faded into the cool, crisp air of fall, I had convinced myself that the nightmare was behind me. The company had moved on, the project had been abandoned, and life was returning to normal. Or so I thought. It started with small things at first. My truck broke down on the highway, right at the intersection where two old dirt roads crossed. I didn't think much of it at the time. Just a coincidence, I told myself. Then, the power in my house started flickering at odd hours of the night, always around midnight. The lights would go out for just a few seconds, long enough for me to feel the darkness pressing in around me. But it was the dreams that really shook me. Every night, I dreamed of the crossroads. I was standing there, alone in the middle of the night, and the spirit was watching me. Always watching. His red eyes glowed in the darkness, and his cane tapped the ground rhythmically, each tap echoing through my bones. In the dreams, I could never move. I was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The spirit would slowly approach, and just as he reached out to touch me, I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. I tried everything to make the dreams stop. I went to doctors, therapists, even tried sleeping pills, but nothing worked. Every night, the same dream. Every night, the spirit got closer. It was late November when I finally broke. The nightmares, the whispers, the sense of being watched. It was too much. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to go back. I had to face him, to make things right, whatever that meant. I drove out to the crossroads late one night, just after midnight. The sky was dark, no moon in sight, and the air was thick with the smell of rain. The road was empty, and the only sound was the crunch of gravel under my tires as I pulled up to the place where it had all started. I got out of the truck, my hands shaking, and walked to the center of the crossroads. The wind howled around me, and the trees swayed ominously in the distance. I could feel him before I saw him. The air grew colder, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. He was here. I turned slowly, and there he was, standing in the exact spot where I had first seen him. The crossroads spirit. His eyes glowed in the darkness, and the shadows seemed to cling to him like a cloak. He didn't move, didn't speak. He just waited. "I'm here," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "I don't know what you want, but I'm here." The spirit tilted his head, his red eyes narrowing. "You owe a debt," he said, his voice like a distant thunderclap. I swallowed hard. I didn't mean to." He raised his cane, cutting me off. The ground rumbled beneath my feet, and I felt the same pull I had felt that night, months ago. The earth shifted, and I stumbled, falling to my knees. "There's no escaping the crossroads," the spirit said, his voice cold and final. "You disturbed the balance. Now the balance must be restored. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for what was to come. I could feel the ground crumbling beneath me, the earth opening up like a mouth, ready to swallow me whole. But then, just as quickly as it had started, the rumbling stopped. The spirit lowered his cane, and the wind died down. I opened my eyes, confused. He was still standing there, watching me, but something had changed. His eyes weren't filled with rage anymore. There was something else. Understanding. "You've come back," he said, his voice softer now. "You've shown respect." I didn't know what to say. I just nodded. The spirit took a step back, the shadows around him swirling like mist. "Leave this place," he said, "and never return." I scrambled to my feet, backing away slowly. The spirit watched me for a moment longer, then turned and disappeared into the night, leaving me alone in the silence of the crossroads. I got in my truck and drove away, not looking back. I knew I had been given a second chance, but the spirit's warning echoed in my mind. I had disturbed the balance once. I wouldn't get another chance.
The spirit of the Underground Railroad. I've always been a man of facts, growing up in Detroit, in a world where everything had an explanation, a reason. It's why I became a historian. There's a certain peace that comes from digging through archives, sorting through documents, and understanding how the pieces of the past fit together to form the present. So, when I received a grant to explore old Underground Railroad routes in the rural South, I thought it would be nothing more than another historical investigation. But history is never just about facts. There are stories buried in the land, in the air itself, stories that can't always be explained. I found that out the hard way. My research took me to a small town in Tennessee. It was a sleepy place, one that seemed to have been forgotten by time. The roads were narrow and unpaved, the houses old and weathered. I had come to this town for one reason: to document a series of tunnels that had been used by runaway slaves escaping northward during the Civil War. These tunnels had been long abandoned, but according to local legend, they still held the spirits of those who had passed through them. The day I arrived, I met with Mrs. Eleanor, an elderly woman who had lived in the town her whole life. She was the town's unofficial historian and the keeper of its secrets. Her small one-story house sat at the edge of the woods, just a short walk from where the tunnels were rumored to begin. "You're not the first to come looking for the tunnels," Mrs. Eleanor said, pouring me a cup of tea as we sat in her cramped living room. "But most folks don't last long. There's something down there, something that doesn't like to be disturbed." I raised an eyebrow. "You're talking about the spirits?" She nodded, her expression serious. "They say the tunnels were a gateway to freedom, but for many they became a tomb. Some never made it to the north. They died down there, in the dark, and their spirits, well, they linger." I tried not to let her words get to me. I'd heard stories like this before, old tales passed down through generations to keep people away from places they shouldn't be. But I was a man of logic. There was no reason to believe in ghosts. "I'm not here to disturb anything," I assured her. "I just want to document the history, make sure it's preserved." Mrs. Eleanor gave me a sad smile. "You might not mean to disturb them, but the dead don't care about your intentions. They care about respect." After thanking Mrs. Eleanor for her advice, I left her house and made my way to the site. The directions she gave me took me through a thick grove of trees at the edge of town. It was a beautiful, quiet walk, the kind where the air is crisp and filled with the smells of pine and fresh earth. The tranquility should have comforted me, but instead I felt an eerie sense of anticipation. The sunlight barely filtered through the dense canopy of trees, casting long, wavering shadows along the ground. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. The air felt charged with something I couldn't quite place, a tension I had never experienced before. I chalked it up to nerves. After all, I was about to descend into tunnels that had been used by people risking their lives for freedom. The weight of their history was pressing on me, and I couldn't ignore the sense of reverence that came with it. The map I'd been given was crude, but effective. After about a mile, I found the entrance to the tunnels. They were hidden beneath a thick layer of vines and overgrowth, just as Mrs. Eleanor had described. The stone archway was partially collapsed, and the opening was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. A faint chill ran down my spine as I stood before the entrance, and I hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The temperature dropped immediately as I descended. The air grew damp and heavy, carrying the smell of mold and earth. My flashlight illuminated the rough stone walls, and I could see the remnants of old wooden beams that had once supported the tunnel's roof. The further I went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It wasn't just the physical weight of being underground. It was something else, a feeling, a presence. I shook off the sensation and focused on my task. This was just another historical site, another piece of the past that needed to be documented. But as I moved deeper into the tunnel, the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It was as if the very walls of the tunnel were alive, breathing in sync with me, waiting. About half an hour into my exploration, I reached a small chamber off the main tunnel. It was barely large enough to stand in, with a low ceiling and dirt covering the floor. In the corner, partially buried in the earth, was an old lantern. I knelt down, brushing away the dirt to reveal the rusted metal and cracked glass. It was a relic of the past, a piece of the history I had come to document. But as I held the lantern in my hands, I heard something, faint at first, but unmistakable. A voice, soft and distant, like the murmur of someone whispering just out of reach. I froze, my heart racing as I strained to listen. The voice was faint, almost indistinguishable from the sound of my own breathing, but it was there. I wasn't alone. "Is someone there?" I called out, my voice echoing through the tunnel. The whispering stopped. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. I stood there, gripping the lantern, my pulse pounding in my ears. And then, just as I began to convince myself that it had been my imagination, the voice returned. This time, it was louder. The words were unclear, garbled like someone speaking underwater, but there was a desperation in the tone. It was pleading, begging. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as the voice echoed through the tunnel, growing louder, more frantic. I stumbled backward, dropping the lantern as I scrambled to turn on my flashlight. The beam of light cut through the darkness, but it revealed nothing. The tunnel was empty, but the voice didn't stop. It grew louder still, filling the tunnel with its desperate cries. I could hear more voices now, overlapping, blending together into a cacophony of anguish and fear. It was as if the very walls were alive, vibrating with the energy of the souls trapped within them. And then, through the chaos of the voices, I heard one word, clear and distinct. "Run!" I didn't need to be told twice. I turned and bolted, my heart hammering in my chest as I ran back down the tunnel. The voices followed me, their cries growing louder with each step. The air grew colder, thicker, as if the tunnel itself was trying to pull me back. I don't know how long I ran. The tunnel seemed to stretch on forever, twisting and turning in ways that didn't make sense. My flashlight flickered as I stumbled through the darkness, my breath coming in ragged gasps. But no matter how fast I ran, the voices stayed with me. They were all around me, above me, below me, whispering, shouting, pleading. The tunnel was alive with their cries, and then, just as suddenly as it had started, the voices stopped. I skidded to a halt, gasping for breath as I shone my flashlight around the tunnel. The air was still, the tunnel was silent, but I knew I wasn't alone. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what had just happened, I felt a cold breeze brush past me. It was subtle at first, almost imperceptible, but then it grew stronger, more deliberate, as if something was moving through the tunnel with me. I turned slowly, my flashlight sweeping across the walls, and that's when I saw it. A figure, vague and indistinct, stood at the far end of the tunnel. Its form was shrouded in darkness, but I could see the faint outline of a person, their head bowed and their shoulders hunched as if they were carrying an unbearable weight. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry as I took a step back. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. It had to be a trick of the light, a shadow cast by the uneven walls of the tunnel, but deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. The figure raised its head slowly, and for the briefest moment, I saw its eyes, hollow, empty, filled with a sadness that cut through me like a knife. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. The air grew still once more, and the tunnel was silent. But the feeling of being watched remained. I didn't wait to see if the figure would return. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing through the tunnel as I made my way back to the surface. I could still feel the presence behind me, following me, but I didn't dare look back. When I finally emerged from the tunnel and into the daylight, I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The sunlight was warm on my skin, a stark contrast to the cold, oppressive atmosphere of the tunnel. But even as I lay there, trying to calm my racing heart, I knew that what I had experienced wasn't over. The spirits of the Underground Railroad were still with me, their presence lingering in the back of my mind like a shadow I couldn't shake. Over the next few days, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. It started as a subtle sensation, the feeling of eyes on me, watching me from the shadows. At first, I tried to dismiss it as paranoia, a natural reaction to what I had experienced in the tunnels. But as the days passed, the feeling grew stronger. It wasn't just a sensation anymore, it was a presence. I would catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. At night, I would wake to the sound of footsteps outside my window, slow and deliberate, like someone pacing back and forth. And then came the dreams. Every night, I dreamed of the tunnels. I was back underground, surrounded by the cold, damp air and the suffocating darkness. The voices were there too, whispering, pleading, begging for release. But no matter how hard I tried to help them, no matter how far I ran, I could never escape. The worst part was the figure. It was always there, standing at the far end of the tunnel, watching me with its hollow eyes. It never spoke, never moved, but I could feel its pain, its anger. I had disturbed their rest, and now they wanted something from me. I knew I couldn't continue like this. The spirits of the Underground Railroad had attached themselves to me, and they wouldn't let go until I made things right. I went back to Mrs. Eleanor, desperate for answers. When I told her what had happened, she wasn't surprised. "You didn't listen," she said, shaking her head. "I warned you. Those tunnels are sacred. You can't just walk in there without paying your respects." "I didn't mean to disrespect them," I said, my voice trembling. "I just wanted to document the history." Mrs. Eleanor's eyes softened. "I know you didn't mean any harm, but the dead don't care about your intentions. They only care about how they've been treated." She paused, her gaze distant. "There's only one way to make things right. You have to go back. You have to acknowledge them, honor their memory." I felt a cold knot of fear tighten in my chest. The thought of returning to the tunnels was terrifying, but I knew she was right. I couldn't ignore the spirits forever. The next day, I gathered a small group of locals, along with Mrs. Eleanor, and we returned to the site. This time we brought offerings, flowers, food and candles. We stood at the entrance to the tunnels, and Mrs. Eleanor led us in a quiet ceremony, calling on the spirits of the Underground Railroad to rest in peace. As we stood there, the air seemed to grow lighter. The oppressive feeling that had hung over the place began to lift, and for the first time since my arrival, I felt a sense of peace. The spirits had been acknowledged, they had been respected, and they were finally free. In the weeks that followed, the dreams stopped. The feeling of being watched faded, and the voices that had haunted me in the tunnels were silent. I continued my research, documenting the history of the Underground Railroad and the brave souls who had risked everything for their freedom. But I never returned to the tunnels. I had learned my lesson. History isn't just facts and dates. It's a living, breathing thing, shaped by the people who lived it. And sometimes those people aren't ready to be forgotten. The spirits of the Underground Railroad still linger in the shadows, watching over the places they once traveled, protecting the memories of those who came before us. And now, I carry their memory with me too.
The haunting of the plantation fields. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. Sure, I'd heard the stories, tales passed down from my grandmother about spirits lingering in the fields, watching, waiting for justice that never came. But those were just stories, right? My world was built on the here and now. I grew up in Atlanta, and by the time I was 25, I had left behind my family's rural past for the promise of the city. When my cousin James called me to help him out on a restoration project down in Louisiana, I almost said no. James had always been the family historian, obsessed with digging up our roots, especially the ones buried deep in the antebellum South. He had bought an old plantation house, one that had stood abandoned for decades, overgrown with weeds and soaked in centuries of history. It was a massive property, one that stretched across hundreds of acres of fields, lined with oak trees and wrapped in the heavy, humid air of the bayou. "Man, it's a good investment," James said on the phone. "We're going to turn it into a museum, you know, something that shows the real history. None of that sugar-coated stuff. People need to remember what happened on this land." I hesitated, but I eventually agreed. I wasn't one for restoration work, but I knew what he meant about preserving history. Our family had roots that went back generations, and some of those roots were tangled in the blood-soaked soil of plantations like this one. I arrived on a sweltering July afternoon, the sun baking the land beneath my feet as I pulled up to the house. The building itself was massive, a crumbling two-story structure with peeling paint and broken windows. It looked like it had been pulled straight out of a horror movie, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been waiting for someone to come back. James was already there, standing on the porch with a clipboard in hand, looking as excited as a kid on Christmas morning. "Welcome to Oak Hollow Plantation," he said with a grin. "What do you think?" I looked up at the house, the weight of its history pressing down on me. The front steps were cracked, the wood splintering under the weight of years, and the air smelled of damp earth and decay. "I think you've got your work cut out for you," I replied, stepping out of the car. James waved me inside, eager to show me the work he had already started. The house was in rough shape, but underneath the layers of dust and grime, I could see the bones of what had once been a grand estate. The floors creaked beneath our feet as we walked through the main hall, the wallpaper peeling away in long strips. But it was the land outside that caught my attention, the vast fields stretching out behind the house, overgrown with weeds and wild grasses. I walked to the back door, staring out at the fields as a strange sense of unease crept over me. It wasn't just the dilapidated house or the oppressive heat. It was something else, something about the land itself. James joined me, his eyes scanning the horizon. "The fields are where most of the work happened back in the day," he said. "Slaves planted, harvested, and died out there. This land has seen a lot of suffering." I nodded, feeling the weight of his words settle over me like a heavy blanket. I had read about plantations, of course. We all had. But standing there staring at the fields where people had lived and died under the cruel yoke of slavery, it became real in a way that I hadn't expected. That night, after a long day of working to clear some of the debris from the house, James and I settled into the small guest cabin on the property. It was a basic setup, a few beds, a tiny kitchen, and enough space to sleep while we worked on restoring the main house. The air outside was thick with humidity, and the sound of cicadas buzzed through the night. As I lay in bed trying to sleep, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The cabin was quiet, but the fields outside, it was like they were alive, whispering just beneath the surface. I rolled over, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination. But then I heard it. It started as a faint rustling sound, like wind moving through the tall grass. But there was no wind. The air outside was still, the trees unmoving. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest as the sound grew louder, closer. It wasn't just rustling anymore. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate, moving through the field toward the cabin. I froze, listening intently, my pulse quickening. The footsteps grew louder, and I could hear something else now. Soft voices, murmuring in the darkness, like a group of people talking in hushed tones. I couldn't make out the words, but the sound was unmistakable. I stood up, my body tense as I moved toward the window. I pulled back the curtain and peered out into the night. The fields were bathed in moonlight, the tall grasses swaying slightly in the breeze that hadn't been there a moment ago. But I didn't see anyone, no figures, no movement, just the empty, endless expanse of the plantation fields. But the footsteps didn't stop. I stepped back from the window, my mind racing. I knew what I had heard. Someone, something was out there, walking through the fields, and those voices, they weren't just in my head, they were real. I shook James awake, my voice trembling. "Do you hear that?" He groaned, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. "Hear what?" "Listen," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "The footsteps, the voices." James blinked, his expression shifting from annoyance to concern as he sat up fully, listening. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. And then, just as I thought I had imagined it all, the voices returned, soft, whispering, moving through the fields outside. James stood up, his face pale. "What the hell is that?" We both stood there, frozen in place, listening as the footsteps and voices moved closer, circling the cabin. It was like we were being surrounded, trapped by something unseen. "We need to go," James said, his voice low and urgent. "Now." We grabbed our flashlights and hurried outside, our hearts pounding in our chests as we stepped into the humid night air. The voices were still there, faint but present, drifting through the fields like a breeze that didn't belong. James shone his flashlight toward the fields, sweeping the beam across the tall grasses. "Do you see anything?" he asked, his voice tense. I shook my head, my pulse racing. "No, but I can feel it. Something's out there." We stood there for what felt like hours, scanning the fields, waiting for something, anything, to reveal itself. But nothing came. The voices faded, the footsteps ceased, and the night returned to its eerie silence. We didn't go back to the cabin that night. Instead, we sat on the porch, our flashlights in hand, too shaken to sleep. The land had been quiet for decades, but that night, it had come alive. And I knew deep down that we had disturbed something that wasn't meant to be disturbed. The next morning, the atmosphere had changed. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding. Even the birds seemed quieter, as though the weight of the plantation's history was pressing down on everything. We decided to focus on the interior of the house, hoping to avoid any further encounters with whatever lurked in the fields. As the days passed, The activity inside the house became more pronounced. It started small. Objects would move on their own, and we would hear faint whispers echoing through the hallways. At first, James and I tried to rationalize it, blaming the creaky old house and our overactive imaginations. But soon, there was no denying that something was wrong. One afternoon, while we were working in the parlor, I heard a faint tapping sound coming from the wall. It was rhythmic, like someone was knocking softly, but the noise was too regular to be random. I looked over at James, who had also stopped working, his brow furrowed. "You hear that?" I asked, already knowing the answer. He nodded slowly, standing up to investigate. "It's coming from inside the wall." We both approached the spot where the sound was strongest. The tapping grew louder, more insistent, as though someone or something was trying to get our attention. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. I pressed my ear against the wall, my pulse racing. For a moment, there was nothing but silence, and then I heard it, the soft sound of a woman's voice, muffled by the wall but unmistakable. "They're coming," she whispered. I stepped back, my heart pounding in my chest. "Did you hear that?" James nodded, his face pale. "Yeah, we need to get out of here." But before we could move, the temperature in the room dropped sharply, and the lights flickered. The air grew heavy, and I could feel the presence of something watching us. Then the whispers started again, this time louder, more urgent. They echoed through the house, coming from every direction at once. "They're coming." That night, we decided to investigate the fields again. The voices had returned, louder and more insistent than before. The house no longer felt safe, and the fields, despite their eerie presence, seemed like the only place to confront whatever was haunting us. We grabbed our flashlights and headed out, our breaths visible in the cold night air. The sky was clear, the moon casting long shadows across the overgrown fields. As we made our way through the grass, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed around us. "We're not alone," James whispered, his voice trembling. I nodded, my flashlight sweeping the ground ahead of us. The voices were louder now, clear enough to understand. They were calling out to us, pleading, begging for something we couldn't give. "Help us." The words sent a chill down my spine, but I forced myself to keep moving. I had to know what was out there, what was haunting this land. We reached the far edge of the field, where the trees began to thicken, their gnarled branches forming a canopy overhead. It was here that the air felt different, thicker, heavier. There was a presence here, something old and powerful. And then we saw them. At first, they were just shadows moving through the trees like a dark mist. But as we watched, the shadows began to take shape, figures, tall and thin, their bodies translucent but unmistakably human. They moved slowly, their eyes hollow, their faces twisted with pain and sorrow. "These are the ones who died here," James whispered, his voice barely audible. "The slaves who never made it out." The figures didn't seem to notice us at first. They moved with purpose, as though they were reliving their final moments, trapped in a cycle of suffering that they could never escape. But then, one of the figures turned toward us. Her eyes were dark, empty voids, and her face was etched with the weight of centuries of pain. She reached out a hand, her fingers long and bony, as though she was trying to pull us into her world. "We suffered here," she said, her voice a low, guttural whisper. "And now, you will suffer too." I felt a cold wave of terror wash over me, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, trapped by the weight of her gaze. It was as though the land itself was holding me there, forcing me to confront the horror of what had happened on this soil. James grabbed my arm, his voice frantic. "We need to go, now!" But I couldn't move. The figures were closing in, their eyes filled with rage and sorrow. I could feel their pain, their anger, centuries of injustice that had been buried beneath the surface of this land. "We will never leave," the woman whispered, her hand inches from my face. "We are bound to this place, and now, so are you." Just as I thought I would be consumed by the figures, James yanked me backward, breaking the spell that had held me in place. We ran through the fields, our footsteps pounding against the earth as the figures followed us, their voices growing louder and more insistent. When we reached the house, we slammed the door shut behind us, our breaths ragged and our hearts racing. The air inside was stifling, and the house creaked and groaned as though it were alive. "We need to leave," James said, his voice shaking. "We can't stay here." I nodded, knowing that he was right. The land was cursed, haunted by the spirits of those who had suffered and died here. We had disturbed their rest, and they would never let us leave in peace. But before we could gather our things, the door swung open on its own, and the cold night air rushed into the house. The figures were there, standing in the doorway, their hollow eyes fixed on us. "You cannot leave," the woman said, her voice echoing through the house. "This is our home now. You will suffer as we have suffered." The room grew colder, and I could feel the weight of the spirits pressing down on me. It was suffocating, unbearable. I dropped to my knees, gasping for air as the figures closed in around us. But then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, they vanished. The air grew still, and the oppressive weight lifted. The house was silent once more. James and I looked at each other, our bodies trembling with fear and exhaustion. We had escaped, but I knew that we would never be free of this place. The spirits of the plantation would haunt us forever.
The Voodoo Queen's Revenge. Growing up in New Orleans, you learn early on that there are certain things you don't mess with. The city is full of life. Its streets are always buzzing with music, food, and people. But just beneath that lively surface, there's another side. A darker side. A side of the city that most tourists don't get to see, where the lines between the living and the dead blur, and where the spirits of the past still linger. I used to think it was all just part of the city's mystique, the kind of thing they sell to tourists along with voodoo dolls and cheap fortune readings. I never believed in any of it, not really, but that all changed when I took a job restoring an old mansion in the French Quarter, a mansion that once belonged to one of the most powerful figures in the history of New Orleans, the Voodoo Queen. Her name was Marie Toussaint, and back in the early 1800s, she was feared and revered by everyone in the city. Some said she could heal the sick with a single touch. Others claimed she could curse entire families, bringing ruin to their name for generations. But one thing was for sure: no one, not even the wealthy white families that ruled the city, dared to cross her. Not until she died, anyway. According to the stories, Marie Toussaint had been betrayed by those she trusted most. A group of wealthy landowners who had once sought her help turned on her, accusing her of witchcraft and blaming her for the mysterious deaths of several of their family members. They had her arrested, tried, and executed. But before she died, Marie Toussaint swore revenge. She promised that her spirit would never rest, and that those who wronged her and their descendants would suffer the consequences. And now, more than 2 centuries later, I was standing in front of her house, the mansion she had once called home. The Toussaint mansion was a massive, crumbling structure that had been abandoned for decades. Its tall, wrought iron gates were rusted, the stone walls cracked and covered in ivy. The windows, many of them shattered, stared out at the street like empty, hollow eyes. It was a daunting sight, and as I stood there, staring up at the mansion, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The air was thick with humidity, and the faint sound of jazz music drifted in from a nearby bar. But the mansion itself was silent, dead silent. I had been hired by the city to oversee the restoration of the mansion. The plan was to turn it into a museum, something that would preserve the history of the Voodoo Queen and draw in tourists. It was a big job, one that would take months, if not years, to complete. But it was also the kind of job that could make my career. I couldn't pass it up. Still, as I stood there staring at the house, I couldn't shake the sense of unease that had settled over me. There was something about the mansion, something about the air around it, that felt wrong. Like the house itself was alive, waiting for something. Or someone. I shook off the feeling and made my way up the cracked stone steps to the front door. The massive wooden door was warped from years of neglect, and it took some effort to push it open. The inside of the mansion was just as dilapidated as the outside. Dust coated every surface, and the air was thick with the smell of decay. The main hall was massive, with high ceilings and ornate chandeliers that had long since lost their luster. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet as I stepped inside, and I could hear the faint sound of rats scurrying in the walls. I pulled out my phone and started taking pictures, documenting the state of the house for the restoration team. As I moved through the hall, I noticed something strange. There were symbols carved into the walls, symbols I didn't recognize. They were crude, almost like scratches, but there was something deliberate about them. I snapped a few photos and made a mental note to look them up later. As I continued through the house, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every so often, I would catch movement out of the corner of my eye, a flicker of shadow in the corners of the rooms, but every time I turned to look, there was nothing there. By the time I reached the second floor, the sense of unease had grown to a dull roar in the back of my mind. The air up here was heavier, and the smell of decay was stronger. I made my way down the long, narrow hallway, my flashlight casting long shadows on the walls. At the end of the hall was a door, different from the others. It was smaller, older, and covered in dust. Something about it drew me in. I pushed the door open, revealing a small, cramped room that looked like it hadn't been touched in over 100 years. The room was bare, except for a single chair in the center and a mirror on the far wall. The mirror was old, its surface cracked and tarnished, but it caught the light in a way that made it seem almost alive. I don't know why I did it, but I stepped inside the room. As soon as I crossed the threshold, the air grew colder, so cold that I could see my breath in the air. The room itself seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing down on me like a weight. And then, I saw her. At first, it was just a flicker in the mirror, a shadow that didn't belong. But as I stared, the figure became clearer. It was a woman, tall and regal, dressed in a flowing gown that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Her face was obscured, but I could feel her eyes on me, watching. My heart pounded in my chest as I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the chair. The figure in the mirror didn't move, but the air around her seemed to pulse with a dark, heavy energy. It was like the house itself was alive, feeding off the presence of this spirit. This woman. I turned and bolted from the room, slamming the door shut behind me. My breath came in ragged gasps as I leaned against the wall, my mind racing. I had seen something real. And whatever it wasn't friendly. After that night, everything changed. The mansion, which had once been nothing more than a crumbling relic of the past, came alive with a malevolent energy. It wasn't just the flickering shadows or the cold spots in the air, it was something deeper, something more sinister. Every night, as the restoration crew worked, we would hear strange noises. Footsteps echoing through the halls, the sound of doors slamming shut on their own, and, most disturbingly, the sound of a woman singing. It was a soft, melodic tune, but there was something haunting about it, something that sent chills down my spine every time I heard it. At first, I tried to brush it off as my imagination. The mansion was old, after all, and old houses made noise. But as the days passed, the occurrences became more frequent and more intense. One night I was working late, reviewing some blueprints in the study. The rest of the crew had already left for the day, and the house was quiet. Too quiet. The air felt heavy, and I could feel the weight of the house pressing down on me, like it was watching me, waiting for something. As I worked, I heard the soft sound of footsteps coming from the hallway outside. At first I ignored it, figuring it was just the house settling, but the footsteps grew louder, closer, until they stopped just outside the door. I stood up, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no answer. I slowly made my way to the door, my hand shaking as I reached for the doorknob. I opened the door just a crack, peering out into the hallway. It was empty, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw her again, the woman from the mirror. She was standing at the far end of the hallway, her gown flowing around her like mist. Her face was still obscured, but I could feel her eyes on me, watching. I slammed the door shut and backed away, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew one thing for sure. The Voodoo Queen wasn't gone. She was still here, trapped in this house, and she wasn't happy. It wasn't long before the rest of the crew started experiencing strange things as well. Tools would go missing, only to turn up in places no one had been. Lights would flicker on and off, even though the wiring in the house was ancient and barely functional. And then there were the shadows. Dark, fleeting shapes that seemed to move just out of sight, always watching, always waiting. But it wasn't until one of the workers, a man named Andre, went missing that we realized how serious things had become. Andre had been working on the roof late one afternoon, helping to reinforce some of the older beams that were on the verge of collapsing. He was a quiet guy, never one for ghost stories or superstition, but that day, something had changed. He was on edge, constantly looking over his shoulder like he expected someone to be watching him. We all noticed it, but no one said anything. After all, we were all feeling a bit uneasy in that house by now. That evening, as we wrapped up for the day, we realized that Andre hadn't come down from the roof. At first, we thought he might have just left early, tired of the strange happenings. But when his truck was still parked out front, and his tools were scattered across the roof, panic set in. "Andre!" James, the foreman, called out as we scoured the house. We searched every room, every hallway, every corner of the property, but there was no sign of him. It was like he had just vanished. The police were called, and a search was conducted, but no one ever found Andre. He had disappeared without a trace, and that's when the rumors started to spread. Some of the crew refused to come back to the mansion, convinced that it was cursed, that the Voodoo Queen had taken her revenge on Andre for disturbing her home. Others, myself included, weren't quite sure what to believe. But one thing was certain: something was very wrong with that house. After Andre's disappearance, I started having dreams. They weren't normal dreams, though. They felt more like memories. In them, I was standing in the middle of the mansion, but it wasn't in its current state of decay. The house was grand, beautiful, its walls adorned with gold and the finest tapestries. The air was filled with the sound of laughter and music, and the house was full of people, dressed in elegant clothing, their faces alight with joy. But as I watched, the scene began to change. The music slowed, the laughter faded, and the light drained from the room. One by one, the guests vanished, until I was standing alone in the grand hall, the chandeliers flickering above me. And then she appeared. Marie Toussaint. She stood at the top of the grand staircase, her dark eyes piercing through me, her face a mask of fury and pain. She didn't speak, but I could feel her anger. It was a living thing, coiling around me, suffocating me. Her gown, once elegant, was now tattered, and her skin had turned a sickly gray. She raised her hand, and I could feel an invisible force pushing me backward, forcing me to my knees. I tried to scream, to move, but I was paralyzed. She stepped down the staircase, her feet barely touching the ground as she approached. When she stood in front of me, she leaned down, her face inches from mine. Her breath was cold, and her voice, when she finally spoke, was a low, guttural whisper that echoed through the empty mansion. "You are in my house now. You will suffer, as I have suffered." I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. But the dream, it had felt so real. I could still feel the cold air of the mansion around me, still hear the echo of her voice in my ears. I tried to brush it off, telling myself that it was just stress, that the events at the mansion were getting to me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Marie Toussaint wasn't just a story, she was real. And she wasn't going to let us finish this restoration without making us pay for what had been done to her. The next day, I went back to Mrs. Delphine, an old woman who lived in the quarter and was known as a local voodoo priestess. She was the one who had warned me not to disturb the spirits of the mansion when I first took on the project. At the time, I hadn't believed her. Now, I was starting to think I should have listened. Mrs. Delphine lived in a small, cluttered house filled with candles, charms, and all manner of strange artifacts. When I arrived, she was sitting at her kitchen table, reading over an old book, her face serious. "You've come back," she said, without looking up. "I was wondering when you would." I sat down across from her, trying to hide the fear that had been gnawing at me since Andre disappeared. "I think something's wrong with the mansion," I said. "Andre's gone, and I keep seeing her, Marie Toussaint, in my dreams." Mrs. Delphine finally looked up at me, her dark eyes filled with something I couldn't quite place. Pity, maybe. "Marie Toussaint's spirit is not one that rests easily," she said. "She was wronged, and now her soul is bound to that house. She will not let anyone disturb it, not until she has her revenge." "What can we do?" I asked, my voice desperate. "How do we stop her?" Mrs. Delphine sighed, leaning back in her chair. "You cannot stop her, but you can appease her. You must find the truth of what happened to her. Only then will her spirit find peace." I frowned, confused. "But I already know what happened. She was betrayed, tried for witchcraft, and executed." "That is only part of the story," Mrs. Delphine said. "There is more, much more, that has been forgotten. You must uncover the full truth, the truth that has been buried." I left Mrs. Delphine's house with more questions than answers, but I knew she was right. There was more to Marie Toussaint's story than what the history books had recorded. If I was going to save the mansion, and the lives of the crew working there, I had to find out what that was. I spent the next several days digging through old records, visiting libraries, and interviewing locals who had grown up hearing stories about the Voodoo Queen. Slowly, the pieces began to fall into place. Marie Toussaint had been more than just a voodoo priestess. She had been a healer, a protector of her people, a woman who used her knowledge of the old ways to help those in need. She had treated the sick, defended the weak, and challenged the corrupt. And that was why she had been targeted. The wealthy landowners who had accused her of witchcraft hadn't done so because they feared her power. They had done so because she had stood in the way of their greed. Marie Toussaint had helped enslaved people escape, had cursed the crops of plantation owners who treated their workers cruelly, had fought for the rights of those who had no voice, and for that, they had killed her. But what the history books didn't mention was the final betrayal. Marie had not been killed in some public execution. She had been lynched, dragged from her home in the dead of night, and hung from a tree in the courtyard of her own mansion. Her body had been left there for days, a warning to anyone who dared to challenge the power of the wealthy elite. It was a story that had been buried, hidden from the official records. But the land remembered, and Marie's spirit had never forgotten. With the truth finally uncovered, I knew what I had to do. Mrs. Delphine had been right. Marie's spirit couldn't rest until she was given justice, and I was the only one who could help her. I returned to Mrs. Delphine's house and told her everything I had learned. She nodded, her expression grave. "There is a way to release her," she said, "but it will not be easy. The ritual must be performed at the site of her death, on the grounds of the mansion. You must confront her spirit and offer her the justice she was denied." I felt a chill run down my spine at the thought of confronting Marie's spirit again, but I knew there was no other choice. The mansion had claimed one life already, and I wasn't about to let it claim more. That night, armed with the knowledge Mrs. Delphine had given me, I returned to the mansion. The air was thick with tension, and the house seemed to pulse with a dark energy, as though it knew what was about to happen. I made my way to the courtyard, where the tree that had once been used to hang Marie still stood, its gnarled branches reaching toward the sky like twisted arms. The air was cold, and the ground beneath my feet felt wrong, like it was soaked in the blood of the past. Mrs. Delphine had prepared me for the ritual, giving me a series of chants and offerings to present to Marie's spirit. I laid out the offerings, candles, herbs, and a small vial of blood that Mrs. Delphine had insisted was necessary. As I lit the candles, the The wind began to pick up, swirling around me in a violent gust. And then, she appeared. Marie Toussaint. She stood beneath the tree, her eyes dark and filled with fury. Her gown, once elegant and regal, was torn and blood-stained, and her skin was pale, almost translucent. Her presence was overwhelming, and I could feel the weight of her anger pressing down on me like a physical force. "You come to offer me peace?" she asked, her voice cold and sharp. "You think you can give me what was taken from me?" I swallowed hard, trying to steady my voice. "I know what happened to you, Marie. I know the truth. You were wronged, and I'm here to help you get justice." She laughed, a bitter, hollow sound that echoed through the courtyard. "Justice? There is no justice for the dead." I took a deep breath and began the chant that Mrs. Delphine had taught me. The words were ancient, their meaning lost to time, but as I spoke them, I could feel the energy around me shift. The wind died down, and the air grew still. Marie watched me, her eyes narrowing as I continued the ritual. For a moment I thought it was working. The darkness in her eyes seemed to fade, and the oppressive weight of her presence began to lift. But then, something changed. The air grew cold again, and a shadow passed over Marie's face. Her eyes darkened once more, and the fury returned. "No!" she hissed, her voice low and menacing. "It's not enough." Before I could react, the candles flickered and went out, plunging the courtyard into darkness. The wind howled, and I could feel the ground beneath me tremble as Marie's spirit lashed out. "You cannot fix what has been done!" she screamed, her voice echoing through the night. "I will have my revenge!" The tree behind her shook violently, its branches whipping through the air like the arms of some monstrous creature. The ground cracked open, and the air was filled with the sound of voices, whispers, screams, all blending together in a cacophony of anguish and rage. I stumbled backward, my heart racing as I tried to regain control of the situation. But it was too late. Marie's spirit had been awakened, and her fury was unstoppable. As the ground beneath me continued to crack and shift, I knew that there was only one way to stop her. Mrs. Delphine had warned me that if the ritual failed, there would be no turning back. Marie Toussaint's spirit would be free to exact her revenge on anyone who set foot on the mansion's grounds. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the last offering, a small iron knife that Mrs. Delphine had given me. It was a relic of the old days, a tool used in rituals to bind spirits to the earth. If I could use it to cut the ties that bound Marie to the mansion, I might be able to stop her. But it wouldn't be easy. As I raised the knife, Marie's spirit lunged at me, her face twisted with rage. I barely had time to react as she slammed into me, sending me crashing to the ground. The knife slipped from my hand, landing several feet away. I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing as I tried to come up with a plan. Marie was everywhere, her form shifting and flickering in and out of the shadows. The air was thick with her presence, and I could feel her anger pulsing through the ground like a living thing. "You will suffer!" she screamed, her voice filling the night. I reached for the knife, my fingers closing around the cold metal just as Marie's spirit lunged at me again. This time, I was ready. I swung the knife, the blade cutting through the air as I chanted the final words of the ritual. For a moment, everything went still. Marie's spirit froze, her eyes wide with shock as the knife cut through the invisible bonds that tied her to the mansion. The ground beneath me stopped shaking, and the wind died down. Marie looked at me, her expression softening for the first time. "It's done," she whispered, her voice barely audible. And then, she was gone. The air was still, the night silent. The mansion, once filled with a dark, oppressive energy, felt empty. The weight that had pressed down on me for so long had lifted, and I knew that Marie Toussaint's spirit had finally found peace. The next morning I returned to the mansion with Mrs. Delphine. The house was quiet, its halls no longer filled with the flickering shadows or the whispers of the past. The crew returned and the restoration resumed, but the atmosphere had changed. The house, once alive with a malevolent energy, was now just that, a house. Marie Toussaint's story was one of tragedy and betrayal, but in the end, she had been given the justice she deserved. The mansion would stand as a testament to her legacy, not as a place of fear, but as a reminder of the strength and resilience of those who had been wronged. As I left the mansion for the final time, I couldn't help but feel a sense of closure. The Voodoo Queen had found her peace, and in doing so, she had given the city a piece of its history back. But I would never forget the feeling of her eyes on me, the sound of her voice whispering through the night. Some things, I realized, are too powerful to ever truly disappear.
The whispering maze. I never should have opened the envelope. I should have thrown it away, unread. But that wasn't how my mind worked, and neither did the minds of my friends. We were thrill seekers, always looking for the next rush, the next experience that would make our hearts race and our palms sweat. So when Jake showed up at my apartment, grinning like a fool and holding up the black envelope with gold lettering, I knew something insane was about to happen. "You won't believe this," Jake said, nearly shoving the invitation into my face. He was the ringleader of our group, always pushing us into situations we weren't sure we wanted to be in. But he had that kind of charm that made you want to follow him, no matter where he led. The envelope was addressed to the brave few. Inside was an invitation to something called the Whispering Maze, designed by a group known only as the Architects. There was no detailed explanation, no rules, just an address and a promise. Survive the maze, claim the prize. The prize itself was vague, but Jake insisted it was rumored to be a massive sum of money, more than any of us had ever seen. Lisa, our quick-witted friend with a streak of stubborn defiance, was skeptical from the start. "This smells like a scam," she said, as she read over the invitation for the 10th time. "Why would anyone give away that kind of money for an escape room?" "It's not an escape room," Jake said, eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's a labyrinth, the real deal. No one's ever made it out, but we're going to be the first." Marcus, the quiet and analytical one, had a frown on his face. "No one's ever made it out," he repeated. "That doesn't sound like a game. That sounds like a death trap." But Jake waved him off. "You're overthinking it. It's just hype, a way to get people to talk. Besides, it's perfect for us. We've done every haunted house, every extreme sport. This is the next level." Against our better judgment, we all agreed. Maybe it was the lure of the unknown, or maybe we were all just tired of the mundane routine of our lives. Whatever the reason, we packed into Jake's car the next day and drove to the address listed on the invitation. The location was an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town, its rusted metal gates and crumbling facade standing like a tombstone against the darkening sky. A single dim streetlight flickered overhead, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch endlessly. When we arrived, a tall man in a sharp black suit stood waiting at the entrance. His face was expressionless, cold. He handed each of us a wristband, sleek and metallic, with a faint red glow around the edges. "These will track your progress," he said in a monotone voice. "No outside communication. Once you enter, there is no turning back. You win, you leave. You lose, well, you won't lose." His words sent a chill down my spine, but Jake, ever the fearless leader, just grinned and pushed the door open. The sound of the creaking metal echoed around us as we stepped into the maze. Inside, the world changed. The temperature dropped immediately, the air thick with dampness. The walls were made of cold, dark stone, slick with moisture. There were no lights, only a faint, eerie glow that seemed to come from the stone itself, illuminating the narrow, twisting corridors in a sickly hue. The smell was overwhelming, a mix of earth and decay, as though something ancient and rotting had been trapped in the walls for centuries. Then came the whispers. At first they were so soft I thought I imagined them. Barely a murmur, like wind slipping through cracks in the stone. But soon they grew louder, more insistent, swirling around us like an invisible storm. I couldn't make out the words, but there was something distinctly wrong about them. It wasn't just noise. It was something alive, "Do you hear that?" Lisa asked, her voice unusually quiet. Jake shrugged, his confidence still unshaken. "It's just part of the game. Probably speakers hidden in the walls to mess with us. We're supposed to get scared." But I wasn't so sure. The whispers didn't sound like they were coming from speakers. They sounded too real, too close, as if someone was standing right behind us, breathing in our ears. And they weren't random. They were calling our names. "I'm not liking this," Marcus muttered, his eyes darting nervously at every shadow. I wanted to agree with him, to say we should turn back, but the man at the entrance had said there was no turning back, no exit. Once you entered, the only way out was to win. So we kept moving forward, even as the maze seemed to grow more labyrinthine, twisting and turning in ways that made no sense. The whispers followed us, growing louder, calling us forward. "Come this way," they said in low, seductive tones. "Just a little further. You're almost there." The words burrowed into my mind, pulling me forward even when my instincts screamed at me to stop. I could see it happening to the others too. Lisa was biting her lip, eyes wide with fear. Marcus was clenching his fist so hard his knuckles turned white. Even Jake had started looking uneasy, though he would never admit it. The maze wasn't just a physical challenge. It was mental, psychological. It was trying to break us piece by piece. The maze seemed to shift around us, walls closing in behind us, paths that had been open moments before now sealed tight. It was as if the labyrinth was alive, controlling where we went, making sure we couldn't retrace our steps. Lisa was the first to fall. We had just turned a corner when the floor beneath her gave way. One moment she was standing there, talking about how we needed to keep moving, and the next, the stone crumbled beneath her feet, and she vanished. Her scream echoed through the corridor as she fell, but by the time we rushed to the edge of the gaping hole, it was too late. There was nothing but darkness below. We shouted her name, but there was no response, only the whispers, growing louder, hungrier. Jake's face had drained of color, but he refused to stop. "We have to keep going," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "It's part of the game. She's probably fine. There's probably a safe room down there or something." But I could see the fear in his eyes, the same fear that had already taken root in me. We weren't in control. The maze was. We pressed on, deeper into the labyrinth, but it wasn't long before Marcus was taken too. This time, it was the walls. They began closing in on us as we raced down a narrow corridor, the stone grinding together with an awful, bone-shaking sound. We ran, but Marcus wasn't fast enough. The walls crushed him before our eyes, his body disappearing into the stone, leaving nothing behind. The whispers roared with delight, and I felt something break inside me. Jake and I were the only ones left, and now even he was starting to lose hope. When we finally reached what seemed to be the center of the maze, we found ourselves in a large chamber. The walls were covered in strange symbols, glowing faintly in the dark. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, on top of which rested a single, ornate knife. The whispers stopped, I muttered, realizing that the constant murmurs that had plagued us for hours were suddenly gone. "They're waiting for us," Jake said, his voice hollow. "This is it, the final challenge." But the whispers weren't gone for long. They returned, softer this time, but more sinister. "Only one can leave," they said, repeating the phrase over and over. "Only one." Jake turned to me, his eyes wild with fear and desperation. "I'm not dying here," he said, lunging for the knife. We fought, the sound of our struggle echoing in the chamber. I didn't want to hurt him, but I had no choice. The maze had taken everything from us. The whispers wanted blood, and they would get it. In the end, I was the one who survived. Barely. With Jake's lifeless body on the cold stone floor, the walls shifted once again, revealing a path leading out. My legs trembled as I walked through it, the weight of what I'd done crushing me. But I was alive. I had won, or so I thought. When I emerged from the labyrinth, I found myself not in the open air, but back at the entrance, the same cold man standing before me, and beyond him another group, laughing, eager, ready to enter. They didn't see me. They walked past me as if I didn't exist. The truth hit me like a wave of ice. I wasn't just the survivor. I was part of the maze now. I could feel it in my bones, in the way the whispers still echoed in my mind, fainter but ever present. I was no longer just me. I was part of it. The labyrinth, the game, the endless cycle of death and suffering. And now I had a role to play. I could feel my mouth open, my voice joining the whispers. The new group was laughing, unaware of what awaited them. I stepped aside, my heart pounding in my chest, but I said nothing. My chance of staying alive rested on their ignorance. I had to let them walk into the same nightmare we did. I was part of the maze now, and to survive, I had to let the game begin again.
The Blood Moon Lottery. I always hated the day of the lottery. It was the one day in our small, cursed town where the air felt thicker, heavier with the weight of something unspoken. People didn't talk about it much, at least not openly, but you could feel it in the way they avoided each other's eyes, how the streets seemed quieter, the air too still. The Blood Moon Lottery had been held in Hollowbrook for as long as anyone could remember. It was more than a tradition. It was a curse. Every year, on the night of the blood moon, one unlucky resident was chosen to participate in a gruesome game that none of us truly understood. The rules of the lottery were simple. All adult citizens of Hollowbrook were automatically entered, and once your name was drawn, there was no turning back. Participation was mandatory. If you won, you lived. If you lost, well, that was the part nobody ever really explained. They didn't have to. We all knew. This year, I had a bad feeling. I hadn't slept well the night before. Dreams of shadows moving through the woods, whispers echoing through the wind, and red-streaked skies had kept me tossing and turning. The feeling that something was off lingered as I made my way to the town square, where the lottery was always held. Even the usual murmur of anxious conversation was absent. Everyone was tense, waiting. The lottery itself was led by an old man, Mayor Greeley, who had long since stopped showing any emotion during the ritual. His hand shook as he reached into the black urn and pulled out a single piece of parchment, the name of this year's winner. I held my breath, silently praying that it wouldn't be me. And then, in a raspy voice, Mayor Greeley spoke the name that sent a shockwave through my body. Jonathan Miller. My name. My fate. The crowd parted as I stepped forward, my legs feeling like lead. There were no cheers, no murmurs of sympathy, only silence. It was as if I had already been condemned, my fate sealed the moment my name left the mayor's lips. The game would take place that very night, under the ominous red glow of the blood moon. No one had ever really spoken of what happened to the losers, only that they were never seen again. The stories were inconsistent. Some said the losers were taken by the woods. Others whispered that they were consumed by the moon itself. But no one could confirm anything. All we knew was that the game was brutal, bloody, and final. As the evening approached, the sky shifted, a crimson haze slowly spreading across the horizon as the blood moon rose high above us. I stood at the edge of the forest waiting. That was where it always started. In the woods. The place was older than the town itself, and people avoided it on normal nights. Tonight, it would become my battleground. I wasn't alone. Each year, the winner was chosen, but they weren't the only participant. The game master would always appear, a shadowy figure who was said to know every inch of the cursed woods. His job was to hunt down the chosen one, and if he succeeded, well, no one wanted to think about what happened then. The forest was a maze of twisted trees, thick roots, and dense fog. Once inside, I would have to survive the night. Only if I evaded the game master until dawn would I be considered the winner. If I made it, I would live. But if the game master found me, I swallowed hard. the cold night air chilling my skin as I took my first step into the dark, foreboding woods. The moment I stepped into the forest, the whispers began. At first, they were soft, indistinct murmurs that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I tried to ignore them, focusing instead on the crunch of dead leaves beneath my boots, the snap of branches in the distance. Every sound felt amplified, each noise a potential sign of the Game Master's approach. I had no idea who, or what, the Game Master was. No one did. Some said he was a man who had once been cursed, doomed to play this role for eternity. Others believed he was something far older, a creature born of the blood moon itself, who thrived on the fear and suffering of the chosen ones. Either way, I knew he was coming for me. The woods were a labyrinth, and it didn't take long before I realized I was lost. The trees all looked the same, their twisted branches clawing at the sky like skeletal fingers. I could feel the weight of the blood moon overhead, its red light casting eerie shadows that moved as though alive. And then, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. My heart pounded as I ducked behind a tree, trying to quiet my breathing. The footsteps grew closer, slow and deliberate, as if the Game Master knew exactly where I was, but was in no rush to catch me. He was playing with me. I dared to peek around the tree, and that's when I saw him, or rather, it. The Game Master was shrouded in darkness, his figure obscured by a cloak of shadow. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but I could feel his eyes on me, cold and unfeeling. He carried something in his hand, a long, jagged blade that gleamed under the red moonlight. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes, my breath coming in ragged gasps as I sprinted through the forest. But no matter how fast I ran, the footsteps followed, always just behind me, never quite catching up, but never falling too far behind. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes. Time was meaningless in this nightmare. All that mattered was survival, and my every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, to not let him catch me. But as the night wore on, exhaustion set in. My legs ached, my lungs burned, and my mind began to slip into despair. Could I really make it until dawn? Was there any hope of escaping this nightmare? I stumbled into a clearing, my chest heaving as I tried to catch my breath. The blood moon hung high in the sky, casting everything in a sickening red glow. There was no sign of the Game Master, but I knew he was near. He was always near. I needed a plan. Running wasn't going to work forever. My body was wearing down, and he would catch me if I didn't do something soon. I scanned the clearing, my eyes settling on a fallen tree branch, thick and heavy enough to serve as a makeshift weapon. It wasn't much, but it was all I had. I crouched behind the trunk of a tree, gripping the branch tightly in my hands, and waited. My heart thudded in my chest, my body tense as I listened for any sign of the Game Master's approach. And then I heard it, the soft rustle of leaves, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps. He was here. I could feel him before I saw him, the temperature dropping as the shadows seemed to thicken around the clearing. The Game Master stepped into view, his blade glinting in the moonlight, his hooded face turned toward me. For a moment, I hesitated. Could I really fight him? Could I kill this thing, this creature of the blood moon? But I had no choice. It was him or me. As he moved closer, I sprang from my hiding spot, swinging the branch with all my strength. It connected with a sickening thud, and for a brief moment, I thought I had done it. I thought I had won. But the Game Master didn't fall. Instead, he turned to face me, slowly, almost lazily, as if my attack had been nothing more than an annoyance. And then, in one swift motion, he swung his blade. I barely dodged, the blade slicing through the air just inches from my face. Desperation fueled me as I swung again and again, each blow landing with less force than the last. The Game Master didn't flinch, didn't waver. He was toying with me, enjoying the game, but I refused to give up. With one final desperate swing, I struck him square in the chest. There was a flash of light, a burst of heat, and then nothing. The Game Master collapsed to the ground, motionless. I had won. Somehow, against all odds, I had survived. The first rays of dawn broke through the trees, bathing the clearing in soft, golden light. I stood over the game master's body, my hands trembling, my mind numb with disbelief. I had done it. I had beaten him. But as I turned to leave the clearing, something strange happened. My legs felt heavy, as if they were rooted to the ground. My chest tightened, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. And then I heard it, the whispers. But they weren't coming from the woods. They were coming from me. I looked down at my hands, at the cloak of shadow that was slowly wrapping itself around my body. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the truth, the horrible, unspoken truth of the Blood Moon lottery. Surviving the game didn't mean freedom, it meant taking his place. The game master wasn't just some ancient creature. He had been the last winner, just as I was now. And now, it was my turn. I was no longer the hunted. I was the hunter. As the new blood moon rose, I stepped into the shadows, waiting for the next name to be called.
The Marionettes Challenge. I'd always been drawn to old theatres, the ones that seemed to hold 100 forgotten stories within their walls. There was something magical about them, something that spoke to a quieter, more haunting time. That's why, when I heard about the old theatre on Dunsmuir Street reopening for a single night, I couldn't resist. No one had set foot in that building for decades, not since the fire that gutted most of it back in the 70s. They said it was cursed, but I didn't believe in curses. I should have. The invitation was specific, only a handful of guests, a one-night-only performance, with the promise of something unforgettable. The envelope had no return address, just a strange wax seal stamped with the silhouette of a puppet. I was intrigued, of course. How could I not be? I convinced myself it was some underground art project, maybe a pop-up horror experience, and made my way to the theatre just before sunset. The building stood like a decaying monument, its once grand facade cracked and crumbling, the letters on the marquee long since faded. A faint, flickering light came from inside, just enough to guide me in. I wasn't alone. A few others had arrived, 4 or 5 people, all just as curious as I was. We exchanged nervous glances but didn't speak much. There was something about the atmosphere that quieted us, as if we knew, deep down, that something was off. The air inside the theatre was cold, colder than it should have been for late summer. Dust floated through the dim light like snowflakes, settling on rows of broken seats and cracked floors. The stage, though, the stage was pristine, as if untouched by time. A grand red curtain hung heavy across it, velvet and plush, waiting to be drawn. No one greeted us. No ticket taker, no host, just silence. And then, without warning, the lights dimmed, and a voice echoed through the theatre. "Welcome to tonight's performance. Please take your seats." We hesitated, but we obeyed. The moment I sat down, I felt the seat creak beneath me, the wood groaning like it hadn't been used in years. The others were equally uneasy, their eyes wide, darting around the theatre. The voice returned, smooth and unsettling, like someone trying too hard to sound calm. "Tonight, you are the stars of the show. Your performance will determine your fate." I swallowed hard, a chill running down my spine. My hands gripped the armrests, heart pounding as the voice continued. "You have entered the Marionettes Challenge. The rules are simple. Survive the night. The puppet master will call upon you, one by one, to perform. Fail, and you will become part of the show forever." The heavy red curtain began to rise, revealing the stage behind it. I gasped. What had looked like a normal stage at first glance was now something twisted. Puppets hung from the rafters, limp and lifeless, their wooden faces grotesque and painted in exaggerated expressions of joy, sorrow, and terror. They swayed ever so slightly, as though disturbed by an invisible wind. At the center of the stage stood a tall, shadowy figure, the puppet master himself. His form was obscured by the dim light, but I could make out the outline of his long, gaunt body, his fingers impossibly thin and elongated. Strings dangled from his hands, disappearing into the darkness above. "Let the performance begin," the voice said. The first victim was a man named Derek, a quiet guy who looked like he regretted ever stepping foot in the theatre. The lights focused on him as the puppet master called his name. "Perform," the voice commanded. Derek stumbled to his feet, shaking, his face pale. What do you want me to do?" he stammered. The puppet master didn't answer. Instead, the strings hanging from his hands descended, attaching themselves to Derek's wrists and ankles like they had a life of their own. He struggled against them, but it was no use. The strings jerked him onto the stage, forcing him to dance like a marionette. His body twisted unnaturally, his limbs bending in ways they shouldn't have been able to. His screams filled the theatre, but they quickly turned to silence as his eyes glazed over, his body limp. Derek became a puppet. His body remained on stage, hanging from the strings as the puppet master turned his hollow, empty gaze toward the rest of us. The terror in the room was palpable. Everyone else was fidgeting, trembling, trying not to be noticed. But it didn't matter. We couldn't hide from him. One by one, he called us. One by one, they performed. Some tried to fight, others begged for mercy. It didn't matter. Every one of them ended up on stage, their bodies turned into wooden dolls, their expressions frozen in the grotesque masks of their final moments. And then, the spotlight turned on me. "Catherine!" the voice called. I stood, my legs shaking beneath me. There was no escaping it, no running. I'd seen what happened to those who tried to resist, but something deep inside me, some instinctual drive, refused to give up. If I was going to go down, I wasn't going to go down without a fight. I stepped onto the stage, my heart hammering in my chest. The strings hovered above me, swaying ominously. The puppet master remained still, watching, waiting. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice shaky but defiant. The voice chuckled, a cold, hollow sound. "Perform." I clenched my fists, my eyes darting to the strings. They twitched, descending toward me, but I was ready. I dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding them as they shot past me like vipers. The puppet master tilted his head, intrigued. "I'm not your puppet," I hissed. The strings came again, faster this time, but I was quicker. I grabbed one as it passed, pulling hard. The strings snapped, and I heard a hiss of pain from the puppet master. He recoiled, his body twitching as if he hadn't expected me to fight back. I pulled another string, then another. The puppet master staggered, his form flickering in the dim light as the strings unraveled from his hands. His hollow eyes locked onto mine, and for a moment I saw something human there, something that had once been trapped, just like me. But it was gone in an instant. With one final violent pull, I tore the last string from his hand. The puppet master collapsed to the ground, his body shuddering as he dissolved into a pile of dust and old wood. The remaining strings snapped, and the puppets hanging from the rafters fell to the stage lifeless. I stood there, panting, my heart racing in my chest. I had done it. I had beaten him. The voice didn't return. The theatre was silent. I turned to leave, but something was wrong. My legs felt heavy, like they were moving through thick mud. My arms wouldn't move right. I looked down and froze. Strings. Thin, translucent strings were wrapped around my wrists, my ankles, even my neck. They weren't attached to the puppet master. They were coming from me. I tried to pull them off, but they didn't budge. My limbs felt stiff, heavy. Panic surged through me as I realized the truth. I wasn't the one controlling the strings. The strings were controlling me. I stumbled forward, desperate to escape, but the more I struggled, the tighter the strings pulled. I tried to scream, but my mouth wouldn't open. I couldn't breathe. My body was no longer mine. I had never been free, not from the moment I walked into the theatre. The game hadn't started when I stepped onto the stage. It had started the second I entered the cursed theatre, and I had lost before I ever had a chance to win. I was the puppet now. As I was pulled back toward the stage, my movements jerky and unnatural. I saw the other puppets hanging once more, but this time I could feel them. I could sense their despair, their silent screams. They were trapped, just like me, their souls bound to the strings forever. I was one of them now. The lights in the theatre dimmed, the red curtain slowly descending. The voice returned, soft and eerie. Tonight's performance was exceptional, but the show must go on. I felt the strings tighten, pulling me back into the darkness of the stage, where I would remain, waiting for the next performance, waiting for the next contestant.
Red light, dead light. It was supposed to be just a game. That's what made it so much worse. Games were fun. Games were something you played with your friends after school, laughing as you raced to be the fastest or hid in the best spot. But this game was different. I was sitting on the couch, mindlessly flipping through TV channels, when I first heard the knock at the door. It was light, barely there, but enough to make me curious. Mom was upstairs, probably folding laundry or talking on the phone, so I figured I should check. When I opened the door, no one was there. But sitting on the doorstep was a small red envelope, my name scrawled on the front in elegant black script. Sophie. Just that. No address, no explanation. I bent down and picked it up, looking around the quiet street, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. Inside was a single card. You're invited to play red light, green light. That was it. The back had one word, written in shaky, uneven letters. Tonight. I brought the card to my mom. She barely glanced at it before laughing. It's probably a prank, honey. One of your friends being silly. But something about it felt wrong. I hadn't told anyone about my fascination with that old children's game. Not even my best friend, Emma. And the way the card seemed to pulse in my hand, like it was alive, it wasn't right. Still, Mom didn't seem worried, so I tried to brush it off. But as I lay in bed that night, staring at the shadows the moon cast on the walls, I couldn't get the card out of my mind. I didn't know how, but I felt drawn to it, like something was calling me. And then, at exactly midnight, I heard it, the sound of children laughing. It wasn't the happy kind of laughter. It was distant, echoing, like something you might hear in a nightmare. Against my better judgment, I got out of bed, pulled on my sneakers, and slipped out the door. The air outside was cold for a summer night, a strange chill that sent goosebumps across my skin. The streets were eerily quiet as I followed the sound, past the park and toward the old abandoned schoolyard on the edge of town. When I arrived, there were other kids standing there. Some I recognized from school. Emma was there, so was Ryan, a boy from my science class. But a few were unfamiliar, kids I'd never seen before. They were all gathered in a rough circle, looking just as confused and nervous as I felt. In the center of the circle stood a tall woman. She had the body of a human, but something was wrong with her. Her face was pale, her smile too wide, and her eyes glowed, like someone had swapped them out for two tiny light bulbs. She wore a long red dress that brushed the ground and held an oversized stopwatch, its ticking unnaturally loud. "I'm so glad you could all make it," the woman said, her voice sugary sweet but dripping with something sinister. "Welcome to red light, green light. You all know how to play, don't you?" We did. The rules were simple. When she said green light, we could move. When she said red light, we had to stop. If you moved after red light, you were out. But something deep in my gut told me this wasn't the version we played at school. "Let's begin," the woman said, her grin widening. She turned her back to us, facing the far end of the yard. "Green light." We all hesitated for a second, but slowly we started to move. I took careful steps, watching the back of her head, my heart pounding in my chest. Emma was beside me, her eyes wide with fear, but she kept moving too. Red light! We froze. I held my breath, my muscles locking up as if any tiny movement might be the end of me. The woman didn't turn around right away. Instead, she stayed still for what felt like an eternity, the ticking of her stopwatch growing louder, the air around us heavy and thick. Then, slowly, she turned, scanning us with those glowing eyes. None of us moved. She nodded once, as if satisfied, and turned back around. Green light. We started again, faster this time, but the fear never left. Every step felt like it might be my last, the tension coiling tighter in my chest. I noticed the air around us felt strange, like time itself wasn't moving right. The seconds between green light and red light seemed to stretch on forever, only to snap shut in an instant. Red light. This time, one of the girls, a 5th grader named Lucy, moved. It was just a tiny flinch, like she was adjusting her balance. But it didn't matter. The woman's eyes locked onto her, that horrible grin widening. "You moved," the woman said softly. Lucy started to cry, shaking her head. "No, I didn't! I swear I didn't!" But in an instant, Lucy was gone. Just gone. One moment she was there, the next she was nothing but a faint shadow on the ground, like she'd never existed at all. The rest of us stood frozen in shock. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. My throat felt like it had closed up, my legs trembling beneath me. The woman turned back around. "Green light." The game continued, but nothing about it felt like a game anymore. Kids kept disappearing. Ryan was next. He tripped on a rock during red light, and before he could even stand up, he was gone. Each time, the laughter in the air grew louder, more twisted, like the voices of the kids who had vanished were mocking us from somewhere else. It was down to just a few of us now. Me, Emma, and 2 others. None of us spoke. None of us dared to make a sound. Green light! We moved again, my feet feeling heavy, like the ground was pulling me down. I could barely keep my eyes open from the exhaustion, my muscles burning from the strain. Time felt warped, twisted, like we were caught in a loop where every moment stretched on too long and yet too quickly. Red light! I froze, my heart pounding in my ears. The woman turned slowly, her glowing eyes scanning the 4 of us. For a moment, I thought we were all safe, but then she stepped closer to the boy next to me. I didn't know his name. He was just a stranger, someone from another part of town. "You moved," she whispered. He didn't argue. He just stood there, trembling, tears streaming down his face. And then, like the others, he vanished, leaving nothing but a shadow behind. Now it was just me and Emma. Emma looked at me, her face pale, her eyes pleading. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to help her. All I knew was that we had to keep playing. Green light. We moved. Emma was slow, her feet dragging as if her body was giving up. I wanted to tell her to run, but the words wouldn't come. The woman stood still, her back to us, her body rigid as she held the stopwatch in front of her like a symbol of doom. Red light! We both froze. I could hear Emma's shaky breath beside me, her small gasps barely audible. The woman turned, her glowing eyes locking onto us. She smiled again, but this time, she didn't pick anyone. She just turned back around. Green light! This was it, the final moment. I could feel it in my bones, the tension in the air so thick it was almost suffocating. I took a few steps forward, my legs screaming with every movement. I was so close. I just needed to take a few more steps. Red light. I froze. But something was wrong. The air around me had stopped. The leaves weren't moving. The wind wasn't blowing. Even Emma, standing right next to me, was frozen mid-step, her face locked in an expression of terror. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't obey me. I was stuck, trapped in that final moment, unable to move, unable to speak. Time itself had stopped. I had won, but I hadn't escaped. I was frozen in that last second, my body locked in place, trapped forever in the final breath of the game.
The Devil's Deck. It was a hot, sticky night in the back room of Red Jack's Tavern, the kind of night when bad decisions feel like the only options. The air was thick with the smell of stale beer and cigarette smoke, and the low hum of voices surrounded the table where I sat, a small pile of crumpled bills in front of me. I was losing, and everyone knew it. I'd been a gambler for as long as I could remember. Poker, blackjack, dice. If there was a game of chance, I'd play it. It wasn't about the money, not really. It was about the thrill, the rush of adrenaline when the cards were dealt or the dice rolled. It was about that fleeting moment of hope when you thought maybe this time luck would finally be on your side. But tonight, luck wasn't anywhere near me. I was down to my last chip, and I knew if I lost it, I'd be out on the street. No cash, no prospects, and no way to fix my wreck of a life. "Fold, Miller," growled Pete, a regular who sat across the table, his mustache twitching with every word. "You ain't got nothing left." I clenched my jaw, my fingers twitching as I stared at my hand. It was garbage, I knew that. But walking away from the table empty-handed felt worse than going all in on a lost cause. I was about to push my last chip in when I heard a voice behind me, low and smooth like velvet dipped in oil. "Looking for a way out, friend?" I turned, and standing in the shadowy corner of the room was a man in a sharp black suit. His face was pale, almost too pale, and his eyes gleamed like they were reflecting firelight. He smiled, and it was the kind of smile that promised things you didn't want to know the price of. "You Miller?" he asked, though it didn't sound like a question. "I've got a game for you, one last hand, winner takes all." "What's the catch?" I asked, my voice hoarse. It wasn't like me to be cautious, but there was something about this guy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The man chuckled softly, stepping closer. His shadow seemed to stretch longer than it should have, like it had a mind of its own. "No catch," he said, producing a deck of cards from his pocket. The cards were old, their edges worn, but there was something off about them. I couldn't put my finger on it, but I could feel it. The weight of those cards, the darkness they held. "Just a simple game. You draw from the deck. High card wins." I stared at him. It was too easy, too simple. There had to be more to it. "What happens if I lose?" The man's smile widened. "You won't have to worry about that." I didn't like the way he said it, but I didn't have much of a choice. I could walk away now and leave with nothing, or I could play his game and maybe, just maybe, come out on top. I pushed my last chip forward. "I'm in." The man slid into the seat across from me, his movements too smooth, too deliberate. He shuffled the deck, and I watched, entranced by the way the cards seemed to blur in his hands. "Let's make this interesting," he said, laying the deck between us. "You draw first." I hesitated, my hand hovering over the deck. Something felt wrong, like I was standing on the edge of a cliff and one more step would send me plummeting into the abyss. But I was a gambler, and gamblers don't walk away from the table, not when the stakes are high. I drew a card. It was the ace of spades, sharp and crisp, its edges glinting in the dim light. My heart raced. The ace of spades, the death card, but it was also the highest card in the deck. I couldn't lose. The man smiled, his eyes gleaming with something dark, something ancient. He reached for the deck and drew his card slowly, deliberately, like he already knew what it was going to be. It was the Joker. I frowned, confused. The Joker, that wasn't part of the game, not in any regular deck. It shouldn't have counted. "Guess I win," I said, my voice shaky but hopeful. But the man's smile didn't fade. "The game's not over yet," he said softly. The air in the room changed, growing heavier, like a storm was gathering. I felt something shift inside me, a creeping cold that spread through my veins. My hands started to tremble, and when I looked down at the ace of spades, it was no longer just a card. It was moving. The spade in the center seemed to writhe, twisting and curling like a living thing. I dropped the card, but it didn't fall. It hovered in the air, spinning slowly before settling back on the table. "What the hell is this?" I demanded, my voice rising in panic. The man's smile never faltered. "You agreed to play, Miller, and now the game begins." Before I could react, the cards on the table started to glow, emitting a dull red light. The room around us seemed to fade away, replaced by swirling darkness. The table and the cards the only things grounding me in place. The man in the black suit leaned back, watching me with a look of amusement. "The deck chooses your fate," he said, his voice echoing in the void. "Each card has a consequence. Some are good, some not so much." I looked at the deck, now pulsing with that unnatural light, and felt dread curl in my stomach. "Your turn," the man said. "Draw again." I didn't want to. My gut was screaming at me to run, but there was nowhere to go. The swirling darkness seemed endless, trapping me in this twisted game. My hand shook as I reached for the deck, but I forced myself to draw another card. The Queen of Hearts. For a moment nothing happened, but then I felt a strange warmth in my chest. It spread through my body, filling me with a sense of peace, of joy. My fear melted away, replaced by something beautiful, something intoxicating. But it didn't last. The warmth turned to heat, the heat to burning. I cried out in pain as my skin began to blister, as if invisible flames were licking at my flesh. I dropped the card, but it didn't stop. The burning was inside me now, deep in my bones. "Every card has a price," the man said calmly, watching as I writhed in agony. "You chose the Queen of Hearts. Love, passion, desire. But too much of anything can destroy you." I gritted my teeth, trying to push through the pain. The burning slowly subsided, leaving me shaking, covered in sweat. I looked up at the man, desperation in my eyes. "Stop this," I gasped. "I can't." "You can," he interrupted, leaning forward, "because you have to. The game isn't over yet, Miller. You need to keep playing." I looked at the deck, now glowing brighter, the cards seeming to pulse with life. My heart pounded in my chest, but I knew there was no way out. I had to keep drawing. I reached for the deck again, my hand trembling. I drew another card, the 10 of diamonds. For a moment I braced myself for another wave of pain, another punishment. But nothing happened. The air was still, the darkness around me quiet. The man in the suit raised an eyebrow. "Interesting choice." I frowned, looking at the card. "What does it mean?" He smiled. "Wealth, power. The 10 of diamonds is all about fortune. You'll get what you've always wanted." Relief washed over me. Maybe I could win this after all. Maybe this was my chance to come out on top, to walk away with everything I'd ever dreamed of. But as soon as the thought crossed my mind, the deck began to glow again. This time, the light was blinding, enveloping me in its brilliance. I tried to shield my eyes, but it was too late. I could feel the world around me shifting, warping, like reality itself was unraveling. And then, just as quickly as it started, it stopped. I was back at the poker table in Red Jack's tavern, the smoky air thick around me, the low murmur of voices filling the room. My pile of chips was gone. The cards were gone. And the man in the black suit was nowhere to be seen. For a moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare, a twisted dream. But then I saw it. Sitting in the middle of the table where the deck had been was a single card, the Joker. I reached for it, my hand trembling, and turned it over. My face stared back at me. I gasped, dropping the card as if it had burned me. My heart pounded in my chest, cold sweat running down my back. And then I heard his voice, soft and mocking, echoing in my mind. "You've won, Miller, but every win has its price." I looked down at my hands. They weren't my hands anymore. They were smooth, stiff, like they were made of something else, something not quite human. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The joker on the card smiled up at me, and I realized I was the card now, trapped, a permanent part of the devil's deck.
The masked contest. I never should have answered the ad, but when you're broke and desperate, even the strangest opportunities can seem like a lifeline. The flyer was simple enough, just a plain white sheet posted on the bulletin board at the laundromat, sandwiched between ads for guitar lessons and dog walking. Contestants wanted, high payout, for those brave enough to play. Call now. There was no other information, no company name, no details about what the contest involved, but the promise of a high payout was enough to make me curious. With no job prospects, rent looming, and bills piling up, I couldn't afford to be picky. My phone was in my hand before I even thought about the risks. A robotic voice answered, giving me a time and an address. No other details, no explanation. Just show up if I wanted to play. I should have known better. But something in me, call it desperation, call it foolishness, made me ignore the warning signs. The address led me to a nondescript warehouse on the edge of town, the kind of place that looked like it should have been abandoned years ago. A few other people stood around the entrance, looking just as nervous as I felt. No one spoke. We just nodded at each other awkwardly, like we were all too embarrassed to admit we had no idea what we were getting into. The warehouse door opened, and a tall man in a black suit stepped out. He was clean-cut, his hair slicked back, and he held a clipboard in one hand. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Welcome, contestants," he said, his voice smooth. "You've been chosen to participate in the masked contest. Inside, you will find everything you need. But remember, once you enter, there's no turning back." I swallowed hard, my stomach twisting in knots. But I'd come this far. Backing out now wasn't an option. With a deep breath, I followed the others into the warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was dark, lit only by a few dim overhead lights. At the center of the room stood a large table, and on that table were masks, plain, featureless masks, each one a different color. There were 5 in total, matching the number of contestants. No 2 masks were alike, but they were all unsettling in their own way. The man in the suit motioned toward the table. "Each of you will select a mask. Once you put it on, the contest begins." We hesitated. No one wanted to be the first to choose. The air was thick with tension, everyone waiting for someone else to make the first move. Finally, a woman to my left reached out and grabbed a red mask. She turned it over in her hands for a moment, then, with a resigned look, slipped it over her face. Her body stiffened for a second, and then she nodded as if something inside her had clicked into place. The others followed. A tall guy picked a blue mask. Another contestant, a woman with curly hair, chose the green one. And the last guy, a skinny kid who couldn't have been more than 18, grabbed the yellow mask. I was the last one left, staring at the black mask on the table. It seemed to stare back at me, though it had no eyes. There was something eerie about it, something I couldn't quite explain. But it didn't matter. I didn't have a choice. With trembling hands, I picked up the mask and after a moment's hesitation, slipped it over my face. It fit perfectly, almost too perfectly. As soon as the mask was on, I felt it, something shifting inside me, a presence, a weight. The mask was more than just a piece of molded plastic. It was alive. The man in the suit clapped his hands. Now that you've selected your masks, the contest will begin. There will be challenges, and those who fail, well, let's just say you won't want to fail. He turned on his heel and walked out of the room, leaving us standing there in our masks, our faces hidden, our fates unknown. The first challenge wasn't as bad as I'd feared, at least not at first. We were led into a large open room with a series of platforms suspended over what looked like a bottomless pit. The goal was simple: jump from one platform to the next until we reached the other side. But the platforms were spaced far apart, and the penalty for missing a jump was obvious. The others didn't hesitate. The woman in the red mask went first, her movements fluid, confident. She jumped from platform to platform with ease, barely breaking a sweat. The others followed, each one making it across without incident. When it was my turn, I hesitated. The platforms were farther apart than they looked, and the darkness below them seemed endless, as if it were waiting to swallow anyone who slipped. The mask felt tight against my skin, almost like it was pressing down on me. My breathing quickened, my pulse racing in my ears. But then something strange happened. I felt a surge of confidence. It came from nowhere, flooding through me like a rush of adrenaline. The fear that had gripped me a moment ago disappeared, replaced by a strange sense of calm. I could do this. I jumped, my legs moving on their own, my body light and agile. I landed on the first platform easily, then the next and the next. Before I knew it, I was on the other side, standing with the other contestants. We exchanged glances, though the masks made it impossible to tell what anyone was thinking. The man in the suit returned, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Well done," he said, "but the contest isn't over yet." The second challenge was worse. We were taken to a room lined with mirrors, each one reflecting us back at ourselves in the most unsettling way. The task was simple, or so we were told. Find the correct mirror. But something was wrong with the room. The mirrors didn't just reflect us. They showed twisted versions of us, distorted, grotesque faces staring back, moving when we didn't, smiling when we remained still. The man in the blue mask stepped toward a mirror, but the moment his hand touched the glass, the room erupted into chaos. The mirror shattered, the glass slicing through the air like daggers. He screamed, clutching at his face as blood poured from the wounds. And then, just like that, he was gone. One moment he was there, the next he was lying on the ground, motionless. The rest of us froze. No one wanted to be the next one to make a mistake. One by one, we approached the mirrors, each of us more careful than the last. The woman in the red mask found the correct mirror and passed through it unharmed. The girl in the green mask followed her. When it was my turn, I stepped toward a mirror that seemed different. It was cleaner, sharper, like it was waiting for me. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool surface. The reflection stared back at me, but it was off, too still, too perfect. The mask seemed to hum against my skin, guiding me. I pressed my hand against the glass, and it gave way, letting me through. The man in the suit greeted us on the other side. "Congratulations," he said. "You've survived." But not all of us had. The man in the yellow mask had disappeared, just like the one in blue. We didn't know how, we didn't know why, but their fates were clear. After the challenges, only 3 of us remained. Me, the woman in the red mask, and the girl in the green mask. We were led back into the main room, the masks still clinging tightly to our faces. "You've done well," the man in the suit said, pacing in front of us. "But now it's time to see who you really are." He gestured to the table, where 3 small mirrors had been placed. "Remove your masks." My heart raced. The mask felt like it had become a part of me, like it was attached to my very skin. I hesitated, but the others were already reaching up, their hands trembling as they peeled their masks away. The woman in the red mask was the first to scream. She touched her face, her blank, featureless face. Where her eyes, nose, and mouth should have been, there was nothing, just smooth, empty skin. The girl in the green mask gasped, her hands shaking as she realized the same horrible truth. My hands were shaking as I reached for my own mask. It felt heavier now, like it didn't want to come off. But I pulled, and with a sickening snap, the mask came free. I looked into the mirror. I had no face, no identity. I was nothing. The man in the suit smiled. Welcome to the game. I dropped the mask in horror, but as soon as it left my hands, I felt my skin begin to change. The mask wasn't gone. It had become me. My identity, my existence, was now tied to the mask. I wasn't a contestant anymore. I was part of the show.
Countdown to Oblivion. I should have known better than to sign up for the show, but in a world where survival was a luxury and most of us lived in squalor, Countdown to Oblivion was the only shot for people like me to escape. It was a death-defying game show, but if you won, you got enough money to live comfortably for the rest of your life. It sounded too good to be true. I guess, deep down, I knew it was. The show was broadcast on every screen in the city, every household forced to watch as contestants fought for their lives in impossible challenges. But no one ever talked about the ones who didn't make it, about the consequences of failure. I'd watched the show from the filthy couch in my one-room apartment, alone, like most people. It had become a spectacle, a grotesque ritual where the crowd cheered on the brutal deaths of the unlucky contestants. But there was one thing the audience didn't know. No contestant had ever won. Not really. And yet here I was, standing in front of the massive studio doors, about to join the madness. The promise of wealth, of escape, was too powerful to resist. When the doors slid open with a hiss, I stepped inside, the bright neon lights of the studio burning into my retinas. A holographic announcer appeared in front of me, her smile wide and artificial, the kind of smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Welcome to Countdown to Oblivion, Lily Gray," she said, her voice overly chipper. "Are you ready to face the challenge of a lifetime?" I swallowed hard, the weight of what I was doing crashing down on me. I had no choice now. This was it. "I'm ready." The announcer's smile grew, her holographic form shimmering in front of me. "Excellent. Remember, the rules are simple. Complete each task before the countdown reaches 0. Each failure advances the clock. And when the countdown hits 0, well, let's just say you don't want that to happen." I didn't need her to explain. Everyone knew what happened when the clock ran out. Complete annihilation. With a wave of her hand, the announcer activated the countdown. A massive screen materialized above me, glowing in bright red letters. 30:02. 30 minutes. That's all I had. "Your first challenge begins now!" I barely had time to process her words before the floor beneath me shifted, splitting apart to reveal a massive chasm. A narrow metal beam extended across the gap, and on the other side was a lever, my only way to stop the clock. I was no acrobat. I wasn't trained for this. I was just a girl who'd grown up scavenging scraps from the ruins of a dying city. But now I had no choice. I stepped onto the beam, my legs shaking beneath me as I struggled to keep my balance. The chasm below seemed bottomless, its darkness stretching into infinity. One wrong step, one moment of hesitation, and I'd fall. The clock ticked down mercilessly above me. 29:32. I forced myself to move, one foot in front of the other. The beam wobbled beneath me, my heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear the crowd cheering on the other side of the screen. Halfway across, the beam tilted sharply, and I nearly lost my balance. My arms flailed, my body swaying dangerously as I fought to keep from falling. My breath caught in my throat, panic tightening its grip around my chest. The countdown continued to tick. 29:01. I couldn't afford to fail. Not now. Not on the first task. With one final push, I reached the other side, grabbing the lever with both hands and yanking it down. The clock above me froze at 28:47, and I let out a shaky breath of relief. One task down, but the relief was short-lived. I knew there were more to come. Worse ones. The holographic announcer reappeared, her eyes glinting with a strange satisfaction. "Well done, Lily, but don't get too comfortable. The next challenge is about to begin." The ground shifted again, pulling me into the next stage of the game. The second challenge was worse. I found myself in a large circular room with towering walls of steel. At the center of the room was a platform, and on that platform was a series of switches and dials, all glowing faintly in the dim light. "Welcome to your second challenge," the announcer's voice echoed through the room. "In this task, you must deactivate the death trap before the countdown hits 0. Each wrong switch advances the timer. And of course, there's a little surprise for you." I barely had time to process her words before the walls began to move. Slowly, inexorably, they started closing in on me, the grinding sound of metal on metal filling the air. My heart pounded in my chest as I rushed to the platform, my hands trembling as I stared at the switches. There were too many of them. Each one looked identical, and I had no idea which one to pull. There was no hint, no clue. It was pure chance. I reached for the first switch and pulled. The clock above me ticked down violently, dropping 2 minutes in an instant. 26:47. "No!" I gasped, yanking my hand back. The walls were closer now, looming over me, their cold surface reflecting the red glow of the countdown. I tried again, pulling another switch. This time, the countdown dropped even faster, plummeting to 24:12. My breath caught in my throat, the panic rising as the walls continued their relentless approach. I could feel the cold metal closing in, the space around me shrinking by the second. The walls were so close now that I could barely move. My body trembled as I reached for one last switch, praying that this was the one. With a deep breath, I pulled it. The walls stopped. The countdown froze at 23:01. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, my entire body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The room was still, the walls unmoving. I had done it. I had survived. But I wasn't done yet. The clock was still ticking, and I knew the worst was yet to come. The third and final stage was different. I found myself in a room of mirrors, each one reflecting a distorted version of me. The air was thick with tension, the silence pressing down on me like a weight. The countdown hovered above me, 23:01. Time was running out. "This is your final challenge, Lily." The announcer's voice echoed through the room. "All you have to do is find the door. It's simple, if you can see through the illusion." I turned in circles, searching for the door, but every direction was the same. Mirrors stretched endlessly around me, each one showing a warped reflection of my face, my body twisted and grotesque. The walls seemed to shift as I moved, the reflections following me with every step. The countdown ticked on. 21:42. I was running out of time. I walked deeper into the maze, my reflection growing more distorted with each step. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. The mirrors taunted me, each one showing me a version of myself I didn't recognize. And then I saw it, a door hidden behind one of the mirrors. My heart leapt in my chest as I rushed toward it, my hand reaching for the handle. But the moment I touched it, the door vanished, replaced by another mirror. My reflection sneered at me from the other side, its eyes cold and empty. "No," I whispered, backing away. "This can't be happening." The countdown ticked faster. 19:12. I had to find the door. I had to escape. But every door I found was an illusion, a trick designed to waste my time. The room closed in around me, the mirrors multiplying, their reflections warping beyond recognition. The clock hit 1500, and I could feel the pressure building, the weight of time crushing me. My head pounded, my vision blurring as I stumbled through the maze, my hands trembling with fear. And then, in the far corner of the room, I saw it, the real door. It was smaller, less obvious, almost hidden behind the mirrors. I ran toward it, my legs burning with exhaustion, my heart pounding in my chest. With a final burst of energy, I reached the door, my hand grasping the handle and pulling it open. The countdown froze at 5:12. I had won. I stepped through the door, expecting relief, expecting freedom. But instead, I found myself back where I started, standing in the same warehouse, the same holographic announcer smiling at me. "Congratulations, Lily Gray," she said, her voice too calm, too rehearsed. "You've won." I blinked, confused. "What do you mean? I already did this. I finished the game." Her smile didn't falter. "Oh, but the game is never truly finished. Don't you see?" The countdown reappeared above me, the glowing red numbers ticking down from 30 and 12. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "No, I won. I did everything right." The announcer's eyes gleamed with something dark, something cruel. "The game was never meant to be won, Lily. It was always meant to reset." I turned, desperate to find a way out, but the warehouse was the same. The room was the same. I was back at the beginning, trapped in the same nightmare. And as the countdown started again, I realized the most horrifying truth of all. I would never escape. My memory of the last game would be erased, and I would start over, doomed to play the game forever.
The forest of no return. We were just supposed to be hiking, a normal day, in what we thought was just a normal forest. It was me, Taylor, Kyle, and Jenna, friends since high school who'd grown apart over the years, but still kept in touch. It had been Jenna's idea to take a weekend camping trip to reconnect. Taylor had scoffed at the idea, Kyle complained the whole way there, and I just went along with it, figuring it'd be nice to get out of the city for a few days. The plan was simple. Hike up to Devil's Peak, camp overnight, then hike back down the next day. Nothing too intense, just a chance to get away and enjoy some fresh air. We had no idea what we were walking into. We set off early in the morning, the sky still pink from the rising sun. The forest was dense, the trees towering overhead, casting long shadows across the narrow trail. It was quiet, too quiet now that I think about it. No birds, no wind, just the sound of our boots crunching on the dirt path. "This place is creepy," Taylor muttered, glancing around nervously. She was always the jumpy one, but something about the forest seemed to amplify her unease. "It's just a forest," Jenna said, rolling her eyes. "We'll be at the campsite by noon, relax." I tried to ignore the knot forming in my stomach, but the deeper we walked into the woods, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. The trees seemed to loom closer, the shadows darker, like the forest itself was swallowing us whole. It wasn't long before we realized we were lost. By noon, we should have been at the campsite, but instead, we found ourselves wandering in circles. The trail had disappeared, and no matter which direction we went, the trees all looked the same, tall, dark, and endless. "This isn't right," Kyle said, his voice shaky. "We've passed this tree like 3 times. Jenna pulled out the map, her brow furrowed. "I don't understand. We were following the trail perfectly. It should be right here." But there was no trail, just an endless sea of trees, stretching on forever. "We should turn back," Taylor said, her voice trembling. "Something's wrong with this place." None of us argued. We turned around and started walking back the way we came, or at least we thought we did. But no matter how far we walked, the forest only seemed to get darker, the trees pressing closer together, the shadows deepening. And then Taylor was gone. One moment she was walking right beside me, and the next she vanished. There was no sound, no scream, just empty space where she had been. We stopped dead in our tracks, panic flooding through us. "Taylor?" I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper. "Taylor." No answer, just the suffocating silence of the forest. Jenna and Kyle exchanged terrified glances. "We need to find her," Jenna said, her voice shaking. She couldn't have gone far. But I knew deep down that we weren't going to find her. The forest had taken her, and it was coming for the rest of us. We searched for Taylor for hours, calling her name until our voices were hoarse, but there was no trace of her. It was as if the forest had swallowed her whole. As the sun began to set, the air grew colder and the forest seemed to come alive. Shadows flickered in the corners of my vision, moving between the trees, always just out of sight. I could feel them watching us, waiting. And then we heard the whisper. At first, I thought it was the wind, but it was too distinct, too deliberate. It came from everywhere and nowhere, a low, eerie voice that sent chills down my spine. "Let the game begin." I froze, my blood running cold. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. Jenna nodded, her face pale. "What game?" Before any of us could respond, the forest shifted around us. The trees moved, their branches twisting and contorting as if they were alive. The ground beneath us trembled, and in the distance I heard the unmistakable sound of something moving through the trees, something not human. "We need to run," Kyle said, his voice shaking. But there was no direction to run. The forest had become a labyrinth, an endless maze of trees and shadows with no way out. And then I saw them. Figures, moving between the trees. Tall, gaunt, their faces twisted into grotesque smiles, their eyes glowing in the dim light. They moved with unnatural speed, their bodies flickering in and out of sight like phantoms. "They're coming," Jenna whispered, her voice trembling. "We have to hide." We ran. The forest was no longer just a forest. It was a living, breathing entity, and it was hunting us. The figures moved closer, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. "Hide, or be found." We dove behind a fallen tree, our breath coming in ragged gasps. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could barely think through the terror gripping me. "They're playing with us," Kyle whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's a game. We have to hide, or they'll take us." I nodded, my body trembling. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew he was right. This was no ordinary forest. The things hunting us weren't human. They were something else, something ancient and malevolent. We stayed hidden for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers, the rustling of leaves as the figures moved through the forest, searching for us. And then I heard it, Kyle's scream. I turned just in time to see him being dragged into the darkness by one of the figures, its long, bony fingers wrapped around his arm. His scream was cut off abruptly, swallowed by the forest. Jenna and I were the only ones left. We ran again, deeper into the forest, but no matter where we went, the figures were always behind us, always getting closer. The forest seemed to shift around us, twisting and warping, trapping us in its endless maze. Jenna was panting, barely able to keep up. "We can't outrun them," she gasped. "We need to hide." I nodded, my chest burning with exhaustion. There was no use running. The only way to survive was to hide and hope the figures didn't find us. We crouched behind a cluster of thick bushes, our bodies pressed close to the ground. The whispers were louder now, echoing through the trees, taunting us. Come out, wherever you are." I squeezed my eyes shut, my hands shaking. I couldn't take it anymore. The fear was too much, too overwhelming. And then I heard Jenna scream. My eyes snapped open just in time to see her being dragged away by the figures, their long arms coiling around her like snakes. I watched in horror as she disappeared into the darkness, her screams fading into the distance. I was alone. The forest was silent now, the figures nowhere to be seen. I stayed hidden for what felt like hours, too terrified to move. My heart pounded in my chest, my mind racing. I had to get out of here. I had to escape. Slowly I stood, my legs trembling beneath me. The forest was still, the air thick with tension. I moved carefully, my eyes darting around, searching for any sign of the figures. And then I saw it. A break in the trees, a way out. I ran toward it, my heart racing. The trees seemed to pull back as I moved, the shadows retreating. The forest was letting me go. I burst through the tree line and into the open air, gasping for breath. I had made it. I had escaped. But something was wrong. The air was cold, too cold. The sky was dark and the trees around me were tall and twisted, their branches clawing at the sky like skeletal hands. It was the same forest. I hadn't escaped. I had never escaped. And in the distance I saw them, new figures, new hunters, moving through the trees. The game was starting again.
The endless carnival. The carnival showed up overnight. There were no signs, no announcements, just a strange eerie glow on the horizon as dusk settled over Hollow Bend. Our town was small, one of those places where everyone knew each other and nothing much happened. So when the carnival appeared, everyone's curiosity got the better of them. It was Jenna who called me first. "Chris, you're not going to believe this," she said, excitement buzzing in her voice. "A carnival just showed up outside of town. No one saw it coming, but it's huge. We're all going tonight." I hesitated, staring out my window at the darkening sky. Something didn't feel right about it. Hollow Bend didn't get things like this. No one ever visited us. But I figured it couldn't hurt to check it out. What else was I going to do on a boring Friday night? An hour later, I was standing at the entrance to the carnival with Jenna, my best friend since middle school, and a few others from town. It was like something out of a dream or a nightmare. Bright, colorful tents stretched up toward the sky, twisted rides flickered in neon lights, and music blared from speakers hidden in the shadows. But something about the music felt off. It was a little too slow, a little too warped, like a recording that had been left to decay for decades. "Creepy, right?" I muttered to Jenna as we walked through the gates. She shrugged, looking around with wide eyes. "It's just a carnival, Chris. Relax." But the moment we stepped inside, I felt a chill crawl down my spine. There were people everywhere, but they didn't look like they belonged. Their movements were stiff, almost mechanical. And the workers, those running the booths and rides, wore blank masks, hiding their faces entirely. The masks weren't painted, weren't even stylized, just simple, expressionless ovals, the kind you might see in some low-budget horror movie. "Come on, let's play a game," Jenna said, dragging me toward one of the booths. I followed, but every step deeper into the carnival felt wrong, like I was descending into something much darker than a fun night out. The booth Jenna chose was one of those classic carnival games. Knock down the bottles with a ball, win a prize. The man behind the counter, if you could call him a man, stood there, unmoving, his blank mask watching us silently. His hands were unnaturally long, his fingers too thin, too bony. His voice, when he spoke, was distorted and hollow, like someone speaking from the bottom of a well. "Care to play?" Jenna picked up one of the balls and tossed it lightly between her hands. "Let's do it." The bottles were stacked neatly in a pyramid, and Jenna's first throw seemed solid. The ball hit them dead center, but instead of toppling over, the bottles multiplied, like they'd absorbed the hit and grown taller. "What the—" Jenna frowned, looking back at me. Did you see that?" The man behind the counter chuckled, a low, grating sound that sent chills through me. "Try again." I didn't like this, not one bit, but Jenna was already gearing up for another throw. This time, when the ball hit, the bottles seemed to stretch upward, elongating, twisting into shapes that didn't make sense. The lights around the booth flickered, and the music in the background warped even more, the notes blending into a distorted hum. "We need to get out of here," I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. But before we could move, the ground beneath us shifted. The whole carnival seemed to tilt, the lights dimming as the air grew colder, heavier. The colourful tents and booths faded into the shadows. The once vibrant carnival, now nothing but an eerie, decaying funhouse. "We're trapped," Jenna whispered, her voice trembling, and I knew she was right. The carnival was no longer a place of games and fun. The rides loomed over us like skeletal monsters, their lights flickering on and off, casting long shadows across the ground. The people around us, the ones who had been walking and laughing just minutes before, had changed. Their faces were hidden behind those same blank masks, and their movements were stiff, jerky, like puppets being controlled by invisible strings. "We need to find the exit," I said, grabbing Jenna's arm and pulling her through the thinning crowd. But the exit was gone. No matter which direction we ran, we only found more tents, more rides, more sinister attractions that seemed to stretch on forever. The carnival twisted around us, trapping us inside its maze. "Chris, look!" Jenna whispered, pointing toward a large, ominous tent in the distance. It was a funhouse, or at least that's what it looked like. The entrance was shaped like a giant clown's face, its mouth wide open, revealing a dark, spiraling tunnel. The sign above it read, "The House of Mirrors." "We don't have a choice," Jenna said, her voice tight. "It might be a way out." I didn't want to go in, but staying out here felt worse. So, we ran toward the funhouse, the clown's twisted grin watching us as we entered its mouth. Inside, the air was thick and suffocating, the lights dim and flickering. We stumbled through a narrow hallway, our reflections distorted in the mirrors that lined the walls. Each reflection seemed to stretch and twist, mocking us with exaggerated, grotesque versions of our faces. "Jenna, this place is a trap," I muttered, my pulse racing. "I know," she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "But we have to keep moving." But then, as we reached the center of the funhouse, the floor beneath us gave way. Jenna screamed as she was pulled into the darkness below, her hand slipping from mine. "Jenna!" I yelled, but my voice echoed in the empty space, swallowed by the endless carnival. I ran through the funhouse, desperate to find Jenna, but the walls shifted around me, the mirrors warping until I couldn't tell which direction I was going. Every reflection showed me something worse, a version of myself that was pale, gaunt, my eyes sunken, my face twisted in fear. When I finally stumbled out of the funhouse, I found myself back in front of the booths, but everything had changed. The booths were now larger, more ominous, and the games had become more sinister. The man behind one booth, wearing a blank mask, beckoned me closer with a crooked finger. "Play," he said in that hollow, distorted voice. I didn't want to, but the carnival didn't give me a choice. My hands moved on their own, picking up a ball at the booth. The game was different this time. The bottles weren't ordinary. They had faces, human faces. They blinked, their eyes watching me as I hesitated. I threw the ball, and as it hit the bottles, they let out a bone-chilling scream. The sound reverberated through the carnival, and I staggered back, covering my ears. The bottles reassembled, taller now, their faces distorted into cruel grins. "You cannot leave," the masked man whispered. "Not until you've played." The ground beneath me trembled, and I fell to my knees. I didn't know what to do. The carnival wouldn't let me escape. But then I saw it, a glimmer of light in the distance past the rows of booths, a way out. I ran toward the light, my legs burning with exhaustion. The carnival twisted around me, but I pushed forward, determined to escape. I reached the Ferris wheel, now towering over the carnival like a decaying skeleton. A figure stood in front of it, wearing a mask shaped like a skull. He was the ringmaster, the one controlling the games, the one who held the power. "This is your final game," he said, his voice deep and resonant. "Ride the wheel, and you will be free." I didn't trust him, but I had no other choice. I climbed into the Ferris wheel car, the metal creaking beneath me. The wheel began to turn, slowly lifting me into the sky. As it rose, I could see the entire carnival stretched out below me, an endless maze of twisted games, shadowy figures, and eerie lights. The wheel reached the top, and for a moment, everything was still. The lights flickered, and the carnival below seemed to dissolve into mist, the games fading into nothingness. Had I won? Had I escaped? The car descended, and as I stepped out, the carnival was gone. I was standing in an open field, the stars above me, the air fresh and clean. Relief flooded through me. I had done it. I had escaped. But as I walked through the empty field, something felt wrong. The ground was too quiet, the air too still. And then I saw it. The carnival wasn't gone. It had spread. The tents, the rides, the booths, they were everywhere, stretching out in every direction. The entire town had become the carnival, and I was part of it now. I looked down at my hands, and my heart stopped. I was wearing a mask, a blank, featureless mask, just like the ones the workers had worn. I hadn't escaped the carnival. I had become part of it.
Death's riddle. I never expected my life to hinge on a series of riddles, but that's what happened. It began with a simple envelope, unmarked and slipped under my door one evening. I was used to flyers for sales or junk mail, but this was different. There was no return address, just my name written on the front. I was curious, so I opened it. Inside, a single card read, "You have been selected to play the game of riddles. Solve or perish." At first, I thought it was some sort of prank or a weird marketing gimmick. But the moment I held the card, something shifted in the air around me. It felt heavier, like the room itself was closing in, the walls vibrating with an energy I couldn't explain. I should have thrown it away. I should have walked out of my apartment and pretended I never saw it. But instead, I sat down at my kitchen table and stared at the card. Underneath the text was the first riddle. "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?" I frowned, my mind spinning through possible answers. It seemed familiar, something I'd heard before in childhood. An echo. "The answer is an echo," I said aloud, my voice shaking. As soon as I spoke, the card disintegrated in my hands, turning to fine ash and scattering across the table. In its place, another envelope appeared, identical to the first. My pulse quickened. It wasn't a prank. I opened the new envelope. Correct. But this is only the beginning. I should have stopped. I should have run. But there was something pulling me deeper, a strange compulsion that I couldn't shake. The card held a new riddle. The more you take, the more you leave behind. What am I? Footsteps, I thought instantly. The more you walk, the more footsteps you leave. I whispered the answer. The card crumbled, and once again, a new envelope materialized before me. This was no ordinary game. The riddles became darker, more complex, with each new card. And soon, I realized the stakes were higher than I'd imagined. The third riddle was waiting for me when I woke the next morning. I found the envelope resting on my bedside table, as if someone had placed it there while I slept. This time there was no greeting, just a riddle. "I am always hungry. I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I?" This one was easy. Fire. But as I prepared to say the answer, something in the air shifted. The room grew unbearably hot, like an oven turned to full blast. Beads of sweat formed on my skin, my breath coming faster. The heat was suffocating. I looked around frantically, trying to figure out where the heat was coming from, but there was no source. It was just there, filling the air, pressing down on me. If I answered wrong, would the fire consume me? I forced myself to stay calm, to focus. "Fire," I whispered. The heat vanished instantly, leaving me gasping for breath. The card disintegrated, replaced with another. "Correct, but don't let your guard down. The next one may burn more than just your skin." I realized then that this wasn't just a game of intellect. It was a game of survival. The riddles continued to come, each one more twisted than the last, and the dangers became more real. I wasn't just guessing answers anymore, I was trying to stay alive. One riddle asked me to solve a puzzle involving a poison. If I had guessed wrong, I was certain the drink on the table beside me would have been laced with something lethal. Another riddle tested my ability to find a hidden object in my apartment within a time limit. If I hadn't, I could feel the air thinning, as if I would suffocate if I failed. But there was more to the game than just riddles. The more I solved, the more I felt something dark creeping into my mind. The answers unlocked truths about the universe, about life and death, about things I wasn't supposed to know. By the time I reached the 10th riddle, I wasn't sure if I was playing the game, or if the game was playing me. I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. What am I? I knew the answer before I even read the full riddle. Fire, again. But when I spoke it this time, the lights in my apartment flickered and went out, plunging the room into darkness. I could feel it then, something watching me. Something that had been watching me all along. The shadows in the room shifted, and for a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing in the corner, its eyes gleaming in the faint light from the window. But when I blinked, it was gone. The card crumbled, and another appeared. This one was different. It was thicker, heavier. The ink on it seemed to pulse, as if alive. "You are close. The final riddle awaits." I didn't sleep that night. I was too afraid of what might happen if I closed my eyes, too afraid that the game wasn't just a game anymore. I was caught in its web, and there was no way out except to finish it. The final riddle came the next morning, like all the others. But this one was different. It was longer, more complex, and there was something about the words that made my skin crawl. "I am the beginning of the end, and the end of time and space. I am essential to creation, and I surround every place. What am I?" The words felt heavy in my mind, like they were pressing down on my thoughts, trying to crush them. I read the riddle over and over, trying to make sense of it, but the more I read, the less it made sense. The beginning of the end? The end of time and space? It felt impossible, like it was asking something beyond human comprehension. I paced the room, my mind racing. I knew this was it, the final riddle. If I answered wrong, I knew I wouldn't survive. But the answer eluded me. Creation, time, space. And then it hit me. It wasn't a thing. It was a concept. It was everything. I was the answer. The game had been leading me here all along. Each riddle had been a step closer to this realization. The answer to the final riddle was me. "I am the answer," I whispered, the words trembling in the air. The card disintegrated in my hands, but something felt wrong. The room around me seemed to shift, the walls warping, bending. My body felt lighter, as if I was fading, dissolving into the air. And that's when I realized the horrible truth. I was the answer to the riddle. The game had been about me all along. Every riddle, every question had led to this moment. But in solving the final riddle, in realizing that I was the answer, I had undone myself. I looked down at my hands, watching in horror as they began to disappear, the skin flaking away like dust in the wind. My legs followed, my body fading, unraveling as if I had never existed at all. "No," I whispered, but the sound barely escaped my lips. I was fading faster now, the room around me dissolving, collapsing into nothingness. I had solved the riddle, but in doing so, I had erased myself. The universe didn't need me anymore. I had served my purpose. I was the final answer. And now, I was gone.